you all with thought-provoking mindset and accepting that the coming era is of men with smart machinery. So today, I know you all are curious about to listen the today's speaker with their real-time experience. So without any further delay, I would like to invite our session chairman, Mr. Siddharth Mohanty, on the stage, please. Siddharth Mohanty, sir, please welcome on the stage. I request, sir, please. The subject of today's technical session is AI-based bleaching efficiencies, that how different speakers at their industry have changed or improved their bleaching chemical efficiencies and how the output has been improved. The topic of today's speeches are case study of AI-driven pulp bleaching achieving significant reduction in chemical usages, then bleaching process chemical consumption or optimization and control of chemical bagasse mill in TNPL, and AI-enhanced ozone production for more efficient bleached pulp production. Hope the session will be very valuable and will have proper technical dissemination between the audience and the speakers. So our session chairman is with us, so I invite him on the stage. Please welcome him. I first like to introduce sir with you all. Sir is Divisional Head Manufacturing and Projects, ITC Limited. He is having over 35 years of experience in integrated pulp and paper industry in ITC, deeply versed in pulp and recovery, pigment coatings, manufacturing of specialty papers and paper boards, and implementation of business excellence, digital technology, enhancement the performance. He played a key role in developing products for plastic substitution, starting with poly-extrusion to new generation barrier products. He is having mastery of application-based products offering to the market with various substrates and customized product development, including import substitution for cigarette boards. He has deep understanding on end-to-end process of order servicing, including conversions. He has played key role in establishing ITC's unique quick service model. He is having strong operational knowledge about the different products that are being run over there. So I request sir I welcome sir over here. Now I request our speakers on the stage. So our first speaker is D. Radhakrishnan. D. Radhakrishnan is B.Tech in Chemical Engineering and MBA in Manufacturing Management. He is working as Chief Manager, Chemical Recovery at Shashashai Paper and Boards Limited, Tamil Nadu. He is certified in Energy Auditor conducted by BEE, Government of India, and a certified Boiler Operating Engineer, Government of Tamil Nadu. He is multifaceted professional with 18 years of experience in project planning, execution, and management, as well as operation management in the chemical mill of the integrated pulp and paper industry. He is instrumental in winning the Energy Efficiency Award consecutively for the best past 5 years from CII, GBC, Hyderabad, and hence made the company the national energy leader in the paper industry for past 3 consecutive years. He is trained SPB employees for the Energy Auditor exam conducted by BEE and published and presented many technical papers at national and international levels. I welcome you, sir. Next, our speaker is Mr. Mantharan. Please welcome, sir. Mr. Mantharan is postgraduate diploma in material management from Annamalai University, MBA from Bhartiyar University, and BTech EIE from PEC Pondicherry University. He is Chief Manager Instrumentation in TNPL and associated with TNPL since 2007. He has 19 years of work experience in the field of instrumentation. He has handled instrumentation maintenance activities in pulp mill TNPL Unit 1. He is having experience in erection and commissioning of hardwood pulp 300 TPD in TNPL Unit 1. Implemented advanced process control system for chemical optimization in chemical bagasse pulp processes. He executed various Honeywell DCS upgradation projects in pulp mill TNPL unit. He is the part of Emergency Response Committee in handling radiation sources in TNPL unit. I welcome you, sir, over here. Next, our speaker is Bala Murugan, MPN. Please, sir, join us on the stage. Sir is BTech in Chemical Engineering from SPES University of Madras. He is Chief Manager Pulp in TNPL and associated with TNPL since 2007. He has 20 years of experience in various pulp and paper industry. He contributed to erection and commissioning of hardwood pulp mill 300 TPD in TNPL Unit 1. He enhanced pulp production in hardwood by implementing different projects. He implemented advanced process control for chemical optimization in hardwood and chemical bagasse processes. He is the part of energy water conservation team of TNPL and implemented various projects in Pulp Mill Unit 1. He has involved in implementing management system like IMS and ENMS in Pulp Mill. I welcome you, sir, over here. Now I request our next speaker, that is Alexis Mateus, on the stage, please. Alexis holds a Master in Pulp and Paper Sciences from Grenoble University and MBA from Lyon University. He is Pulp and Paper Key Account Manager at Xylem, the leading supplier of ozone system. He has been working more than 15 years in pulp bleaching with projects in Asia, America, and Europe. He is an acknowledged expert and author of numerous publications. He helped pulp mill reaching all at once environmental and ecological targets. Thank you, sir. Welcome on the stage. Now I hand over the stage to our session chairman, sir, please.
So good morning and welcome all to the second day. Yesterday we had some more informative presentation which was quite like informations and learning too. Today when we look into the business context of the pulp and paper industry, so we are grappling with the rising cost, the various regulations and return on capital and largely on the B2B blue whips. So these are all the areas where we are grappling around. And so that it needs to be addressed structurally. So when you address structurally some problem, then we create a competitive and the comparative advantage in the process system so that we will be more profitable in the business. So when we are addressing something in the creating a competitiveness, so digital technology is the one of the lever. So the digital lever can be utilized to create a competitive advantage on the product leadership, which is largely on the innovations and the quality of the product. Also, it will be looking the operational efficiency, which will work out on the cost. When you address these two, definitely the EBITDA margins of the company get improved, because these are the basically reducing the cost, improving quality, and from the same machine, the same manpower, the throughput and the cost that comes in the control. So there are various digital tools which today use in that. One is the AIML. The AIML logic, it is used for the prediction and also the performance modeling. And then we also have image analytic, low code, no code, and digital twin. These are all the technology which is today adapted to see that our performance is enhancing through the digital technology. Today, when we talk about the AI, today the AI is no more a data AI. It has moved to the agentic AI. From the data analysis, we are going to be creating the agent. The agent will mostly take over the multiple human job and suggest how do we going to be work on that. So actually AI is a product which can be interact with, but the AI product is backed up, which is a ML, which is a machine learning. The machine learning, it is actually tune the algorithms. That algorithms respond to the AI on the various subjects. So that's why AI ML goes together for any improvement. So less industry now looking forward to adopt the digital technology. With this, I request the first presenter to start the presentation. What the sequence, please? I am leading. You are reading. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning all. Good morning all. To continue from the yesterday's our president's talk, man with AI. So we are going to discuss on the case study where it has helped us to bring down the specific chemical reduction in SPB. What we see are we have integrated QE-GHS policy where Q stands for quality, environment, energy, green resources, health and safety, and we are certified for the same. These are all integrated pieces of a larger puzzle. So we work together to make a holistic approach for sustainability. We all discussed for the past few days or recent trends. What are our present challenges? Say the resource utilization, the raw material scarcity, the adaptability and scalability of each and every aspect of our industries, quality compliance, because every time the demand changes. So we have to focus on what the customers need and the supply chain efficiency to bring down. I can make this this on a larger picture, but we can nullify into 2 points. One is on the energy and the environment. So these are the major challenges what the industry faces. So to overcome, we have to focus on the efficiency as well as focus on sustainability and cost reduction. So it will take care of the bottom line. In SPB, we adopt the RDH technology for cooking, and we have two-stage ODL, and the bleaching sequence is D0, where D stands for ClO2, so D0, EOP, and D1 stage. And the ISO brightness we work on is 86%. So the purpose of bleaching, as everyone knows, is to remove the lignin and impurities to have the final brightness. Some of the limitations what we have are reliance on the fixed parameters and rely on the operator experience. Raw material variability, it was earlier a monthly basis, now every shift or every hour there is a variability, and difficult to on process variations. Overconsumption of bleaching chemicals, in turn, it affects the effluent loads. So, coming to the topic, this is the power of reliance. Yesterday, everyone has dwelled on this, but I would say A offers precise control, optimized chemical usage, enhanced consistency, improved sustainability, as it learns from the vast amount of data to identify the complex relations. And it also adjusts to the dynamic variabilities of our process parameters. You could recollect yesterday's keynote speaker's topic, where to start, how to use this AI in our system. Think big, start small. So we have adopted in our bleaching sequence. So where we can definitely see the savings. So the objective of our bleaching system is to have two manifolds. One is to reduce the final brightness and minimize the chemical consumptions. Before that, I would like to also say that when we made the ABC costing, the activity-based costing, one of the area is the bleaching chemical, or you put the other way, you make the use of the Pareto chart, where we work on the 80-20 principles. So bleaching is one of the key area where we can definitely save. And it is controlled by optimizing the pH at each levels, say in D0, EOP, and D1 levels. The software we used was, we use is MAX, where it stands for Multiple Variable Advanced Control, and it is a model-based predictive control. So everyone knows the key components are the machine learning algorithms, advanced data analytics, and predictive modeling. So the max-based control takes care of these. Without measurement, we cannot control anything. So to start with, we have installed the bleach load transmitters, pH sensors, as well as the brightness transmitters to take care of all the variables. And the control strategy, what we adopted is feed forward and feed backward. Where feed forward anticipate the changes based on the measurements, and feed backward takes care of the process to ensure smooth operation and efficient operation. So measurement was taken care. Coming to analytics, the results from the loop tuning, analytics and loop tunes, you could see the difference, with older tunings and the updated tunings. So the effective loop tuning helped us to better response and stable system, and the recommenders based on the parameters. So we have taken care of the loop tuning based by the max control. We all know where to have the D0 or DOP and D1, what to control. So dynamics for the D0 was based on the kappa number, and for the EOP, where the caustic and the peroxide are important, pH was taken as the input, and for the D1, both forward as well as the backward controls were taken, so that the final brightness is taken care. And the acid control, as we didn't have online measurement, so lab readings were also integrated for the This is one of the curves taken from the literatures. The purpose of acid EOP or to take care of the caustic or the EOP, acid or the caustic, it is meant for the reaction to occur, not neutralize each other. So that is the purpose we have, what level it will help us for the stable operation so that the reaction occurs. So coming to the tailored control, you could see for the control variables and the projection models, feed backward was considered, and for the projected models, feed forward was considered, and we have the manipulated variables and the control variables. Each stage I have mentioned here for the D0 feedback control based on the kappa, EOP for the both the inlet pH as well as outlet pH, and the D1 both for the D1 COL2 as well as the outlet pH of the pH, inlet pH and the sulfuric acid. So both feed forward as well as feed backwards were taken in line. We were all seeing all the positive points, but this is the advantage of AI. If my sensors get coated, what to do? So here comes the software sensor, and moment our sensors get coated, the software sensor roles becomes much more critical. This is where the AI help, wherein it takes the operator data and the AI integrated data, where it merges and still helps us to get the results without much variation. And we clean the sensor. It is what we see is the sensor is not hard coat, it's all soft coats. It's because from the raw material we get, it is momentary. We were trying to analyze what is the sample, but moment we touch, it washes easily. So we are not able to control, but we have given the sample to labs, we are waiting for the result. So how the operator sees this in the DCS? He is now able to see the complete max bleach control, wherein what is the D0 level CO2 is going, D1 CO2 going, and what is the predictive, what is the next. So by this, operators are made free. They can work on the other critical parameters. This is how this AI helps us in our bleach plant. And they can also see the future prediction of the manipulated variables and the control variables. What we have seen are the trends, but this is the DCS page where AI is the watchdog. We could see WDog there, WG. So it takes care. The point here, when we have to start the max control is first we have to make the system stable. Then we are giving to the automated mode, like it is like cruise control, where you set the car at 60 or 80 km speed. Then you press the cruise control. It takes care so that you can rest for say 30 seconds or 40 seconds and the road is clear and you know when to take care in line. So that's how it works. We are getting the process variable, the set point and the steady state. Yes, is the system is steady? Yes, system is steady. And what is the minimum set point for each variable and what is the maximum set point? So all are taken care. And we have given still the option because anything can change or still we have not made 100%. The operators are given an option. They can come out for the cleaning of the sensor. See, we need not come for we can opt for the DCS mode still, take the tunings, again come back. So as we are all having the hands-on experience of the pulp industry, so it has become quite easier. So the team who comes in the next upcoming years, request is they should have some hands-on experience before you go for the AI. Now the day has come that someone says, what is 1 square? He is opening the calculator and saying 1 into 1 equal to 1. So that should not happen because of this AI. So people should work on, use some brain, common sense. That is my sincere request. This is the overall performance, wherein earlier only DCS we cannot load this much data, but with the cloud availability you can store the data for months together or years together based on the capacity. This is a table form. You can get in the web chart or the other bar charts, other things. You could see there is a differences. You can see our progress, how we progressed in this month, how we progressed this month. Is it based on our raw material this month, or we can compare each month data to analyze ourselves. You could see the results are, there is a significant reduction for the before and after 10 months. Though the chemical reduction looks small, but in turn it helps on the environmental aspect to bring down on a smaller footprint. Initially we started for the ClO2 and hydroxide, but we could also see there is significant reduction in peroxide. So we are seeing how it started and what are the variables we have taken care. And final is the results. What we see are the reduction in CO2 by 1 kg. Someone may ask, what is 1 kg already? Sir, we have already reached a threshold by operator's experience or based on our different error and trials. Now to make from 95 to 100, we need that artificial intelligence to further bring down the variables. So this is where we have started working on. So it is helping us. So 1 kg CO2 reduction and in caustic 1.2 kg. Still there is a scope for reducing the acid. One side we are seeing the acid, yes, ClO2 will react at this percentage. But what happens? We are seeing the coating in the washing plant, in the D0 washer. So again pour washing, again carry over to the next stage. So it is again become a cyclic. So still we are yet to find the optimum pH for the D0 acid, but rest areas we are able to control. And the good thing is what the customer benefits. So we are doing something, but surprising from my internal customer is the paper industry, where he said, paper machine area, he said, hey Radha, there is a significant drop in OBA consumption. I said, thank you sir, please let us maintain. So these are all significant intangible benefit which we got because one of his variable is steady. So we are happy that we are able to give a constant pulp quality. So we are, as a internal customer, I am happy to him. So that we have taken care. Coming to global, 1 kg of ClO2 reduces 1.56 kg of carbon emission. So with now we are going for the 2070 carbon emissions, where we can, it should not be a greenwash, so where we have reduced. These data are, as a industry, we work on the scope 1 and scope 2 alone, but scope 3, indirectly it has helped us in reducing the ClO2 reduction and caustic reductions, wherein ClO2 1.56 kg and for caustic it is equivalent is 1.35 kg of CO2. So you can calculate how you are helping in reducing the carbon emission. So we already seen the other areas where we have already installed the smart sensors. So we already started in bleach plant. Our next area, what we are focusing on the millward optimization, where the digester operation, where there is swing in the chemical steam consumption. So how to match the steam and power demand with paper machine, cooking, soot blowing, we are working on that. We are yet to, we hope we will come back. So to conclude, the artificial intelligence is not a substitute for human intelligence. It is a tool to amplify human creativity and ingenuity. And I hope we all will benefit with the help of AI or enhance our work with AI. I thank the management of SPB and IPPTA giving an opportunity to share our experience. Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhakrishnan, for a nice presentation. I like the last line because we say that the artificial intelligence or the humanoid is going to be take over all the human related job. But then what human will left over? The human niche will be the creativity. I like the last line. So what the human is going to be, the creativity is the human niche is going to be there with the human. So very nice presentation. And of course, the few points, whatever you have made, the pH, temperature, your dwell time, consistency, these are all the parameter what since the pulp mill started, people monitor it. But through your digital technology, you could able to make a very fine tune and try to see that the best benefit derive out of it. And good that you say you don't need any hands-on experience people to come and always do the job. It can also be done by the people with a less experience. That's a good one. Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Then I request TNPL team, Mahatran and Balamurugan to present.
Check.
A very good morning to everyone. Myself, Balamurugan, along with Mahendran, came here to give a presentation on what we have done in our TNPL. The technical presentation consists of bleaching process, chemical optimization and control in chemical bagasse pulp mill in TNPL. Our chemical bagasse ECF plant is commissioned in 2008 during mill development plant with a capacity of 500 ton bleached pulp production per day. This was supplied by Mr. MS Walmart Technologies. The sequence of the process is, first stage we have a pre-thickening press and then followed with D0, EOP and D1 stage. Later on, after our backward integration, this pre-thickening press acts as a post-oxygen washer too. The dosing of chemicals like chlorine dioxide, sulfuric acid, sodium hydroxide, hydrogen peroxide are controlled based on the online filtrate pH values and online brightness values along with the lab results. This manually controlled dosing have certain setbacks. In spite of we have achieved our target brightness, we have certain setbacks like inconsistent chemical dosage, high specific chemical consumption, inconsistent pH quality and more norm deviation. If you see that 2 sigma values of D0 stage, it was around 0.85 and EOP stage 0.79 and D1 stage 1.69. And also the specific chemical consumption of sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide is always above the norms or rarely we could achieve the norms. To overcome this difficulty, a team is formed in TNPL. We have certain brainstorm session and we have applied certain modification in the system which will be explained by my colleague Mr. Mahendran.
Thank you, Mr. Balamurugan. Welcome you all for this session. Good morning, sir. Today I explain about the problems which we have faced in the chemical controls, yearly chemicals. So to overcome that chemical controls, we have made some modifications using the online analyzer. So since we are facing so many problems with the yearly chemical controls, so we want to use the online analyzer for closed loop control. So we identify advanced process control, which is a multivariable control as a potential solution for optimizing the chemicals like sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide, which are the major chemical contributor in the bleaching process. So these chemicals are used in the D0, EOP and D1 stages. So this advanced process control, which is a multivariable based control system, is designed and programmed and implemented in the existing control system. We have not utilized any new system or servers for implementing this control system. The first stage of this pH control, since pH plays a major vital role in the bleaching process, ensuring the better bleachability. So we have considered as a control variable pH for our optimizations. The first stage of pH is in the D0 stage. In D0 stage, how we have planned in implementing this section is, we have so many brainstorming sections to make this control more effective. So we have considered the multivariable inputs, nothing but 3 inputs, nothing but POW2 filtrate pH and D0 filtrate pH and sulfuric acid flow measurement as one of the 3 main inputs. These 3 inputs are processed in the control system which is available for the plant operations, and finally the output is given to the sulfuric acid control valve for getting the better pH control. This control system, this D0 pH control basically works on cascade control. So we have designed in such a way that we have divided this control system into primary control and secondary control. This primary control system, again we have consist of coarse action and fine action. You can see in this previous slide. Here you can see that we have taken 3 inputs for this core D0 stage pH control. First one is the PT filtrate pH. This PT filtrate pH has been compared with the target pH which is required at D0 stage. This pH has been continuously monitored, and there is a deviation delta pH will be converted to a course control output, that is acid charge, by using a proportional gain factor. So most of 60% of course control action, that is a course charge required for this pH control, will be arrived in the course stage. We have precise control of this pH and the D0 stage, so we will be using a single loop PID controller by taking the D0 filtrate pH and continuously tracking the pH deviations. This pH deviation has been multiplied with a particular correction factor to arrive the fine corrections. In addition to the course control, therefore 60% of course control action will be carried out in the first part, and remaining 40% will be carried out in the fine control part. So in addition to course control, fine control, we have additional cushion of operator bias. So this is required only when there is an emergency case where the operator has to have a out of control, so they want to add some more chemical dosage or they want to reduce the chemical dosage, they will be keeping this operator bias as a standby. So in addition to that, we have feed forward of alkali loss. This is the soft signal which is taken from the laboratory input. So this based on the alkali loss, which is taken from the POW2 filtrate, that is previous stage. That is calculated and made a correction to add it to the primary controller. So adding this sum of this course control and fine control, operator bias and correction will become the primary control output. This primary control output we have taken as a base for the secondary controller, where in the secondary controller we will be tuning the sulfuric acid flow. For sulfuric acid flow measurement, what we will be doing is, we will be taking the acid charge which is calculated from the primary controller, and along with the acid concentration and the production rate, we arrived the remote set point actually required for sulfuric acid adjustment. So once the adjustment has been carried out in the sulfuric acid, the desired pH we have achieved. This in single loop PID controller we have done bump test to arrive the parameters, that is the PID parameters which is optimum for achieving the desired pH in this stage. Next one is the EOP stage. In the EOP stage also we are using the same format, where our main objective is to optimize the sodium hydroxide flow in order to achieve the desired pH. So we have taken 3 inputs similar to D0 stage, where we have the D0 stage filtrate pH we have taken, that is the previous stage of DOP stage, and we are comparing with the actual target pH we required in the EOP stage. This pH has been continuously monitored, and the delta pH has been converted to alkali charge based on the proportional gain we set by the system. So this with this course control we will be achieving 60% of alkali charge required for the control system. Remaining 40% will be taken out from the single loop PID controller, where the EOP filtrate pH will be fine tuned with the single loop PID controller. So this PID control output will be converted to the fine output using the correction factor. In addition to this system, we have a operator bias also, so that whenever there is a need of additional cushion for the operators when the control system is out of service or out of control, so they will be using this operator bias. Other than that, they will be using only 0 kg per ton as a output. So one more fine control action we have included is adaptive offset. This adaptive offset concept is introduced, so the single loop PID controller will be varying between -100 to +100. So which will be variation based on the pH readings. So whenever the controller is saturated at the maximum or minimum level, so additional output of -1 kg in this case +1 kg will be added automatically by the system without asking the operator to intervene and set the values. So the summation of all this alkali charge, that's course control, fine control and operator bias and adaptive also become the baseline for the secondary controller. This is nothing but the primary control output. This primary control output along with the production rate and the concentration we become the remote set point calculation factor. So with the remote set calculation values, this NaOH, that is sodium hydroxide flow rate will be controlled in order to achieve the desired pH. These are the parameters I already explained. These are 3 inputs and 1 output we have taken, and this is the primary control we have implemented in such a way, systemized way, where we have divided as primary and secondary controller, and these are the inputs we have given. The next stage, third stage, that second stage of sulfuric acid will be added in the D1 stage where ClO2 will be added. So, for a better reaction, we are maintaining the pH at the set limit of around 4.2. So, here also we have taken this same concept of multivariable concept. We have to optimize the sulfuric acid in this stage to achieve the desired pH. The inputs we have considered here also, your previous stage, that is a backstage pH, that is UOP filtrate pH, and the desired pH which is required at the D1 stage. These two pH parameters are comparatively cross-checked continuously to arrive the delta pH. If there is a delta pH is more, means we will be adding more acid charge which is required is 60%. We have fixed in system with that 60% of course control output will be calculated. For precise control, once the pH has been reached nearer to the set point of 4.2, we need some more corrections. For that, we have used the single loop PID controller, and in addition to that, we also use the operator bias and adaptive offset. The adaptive offset is similar to the EOP stage, where this whenever the controller saturated at the maximum level or minimum level, this adaptive offset will have a takeover of this control. So it did not wait for the operator to change further corrections. So the summation of these three controls will become a baseline for secondary controller. This secondary controller, again similar to previous two stages, we will be calculating the flow rate which is required to tune the sulfuric acid not to achieve the desired pH. So these all the three pH control which are the control variable in our bleaching process has been successfully implemented. So after this, let us see what are the post APC result we have achieved. So one of the parameter which we have problem faced in the earlier chemical control is more variability, that is 2 sigma. So with this, after implementing of this control, we have achieved around 52% reduction in the D0 stage, 34% in the D1 stage, and 43% reduction in the in the EOP stage. That is one of the data belongs to the August 2024. So we can see the pH variance which is month wise. So this is the implementation period. During that, so we will be having a steep decrease. So once the implementation has been completed, so we can have a steady state pH variance at the D0 and EOP and D1 stage. If this gives a better result, and also the variability also decreased a lot. So since the pH variability, that is 2 sigma, has come down, so it has a drastic improvement in this specific consumption also. It has reflected in this specific consumption, where main parameter where we have planned to control is sulfuric acid and NaOH. Here you can see the specific charge of sulfuric acid during after implementation, that is in August to December 2004. We have a steady state consumption, also reduction around 38% we achieved. Similarly in the sodium hydroxide, so we achieved around 2%, that is 1.5 to 2% we achieved, and able to reduce the specific consumption at EOP stage. This is a comparison of all the parameters, that is the pH variance, chemical reduction, cost benefits. So once the APC control has been implemented and it is in sustainability period, we have continuously monitored what are the pH variable reductions and chemical reductions and in EOP stage and D0, D1 stage. Here you can see that from the August, in the EOP stage sodium hydroxide, the pH variable reductions minimum of 43 and maximum of 70% we achieved. Similarly in the chemical reduction of EOP stage, minimum of 1.7 and 2.4% reductions we achieved because of this APC multivariable control. Similarly in the sulfuric acid, that is sulfuric acid is added in the 2 stages, D0 and D1 stage. In both stages we have a better improvement. You can see in D0 stage the variable reduction is in the order of minimum of 52 and maximum of 58. And D1 stage we have a maximum of 89% we have achieved. Because it's variable reductions, it has reflected in the chemical reduction also. We have achieved almost 40% chemical reduction with this in-house advanced process control implemented by our TNPL engineers. So since these chemical reductions and pH reduction have a better result, so it also a good reflection in the cost also. We can see that the cost savings around 3 lakhs has been envisaged during this sustainability period. So summarizing all this, we are making conclusion that the variable reduction which is achieved in the sustainability period is 55% in the D0 stage and 54% is the AEOP stage, and 70% is D1 stage. This is the period in sustainability where the August to December. So similarly, the specific chemical consumption in the sustainability period also around 38% reduced in the sulfuric acid and 1.9% reduction in the sodium hydroxide. So taking these both in club together, we have average cost savings from the August to December 3.31 lakhs. And also per annum, if you calculate approximately, it comes from 39.72 lakhs. We have made a savings to the pulp production. So most important factor which I want to stress here is there is no, for this control, there is no factors, there is no instruments installed during this implication, during the control. So financial implication is nil. So other benefits which are achieved is nothing but improved product quality, that is a pH, and enhanced process efficiency, operator intervention. So there is a only minimum operator intervention is required, and operational cost, that is a cost which is reflected due to the specific consumption reduction also, and production cost also decreased. Enhanced data evaluation, the controls which are the instruments which are kept idle with the open loop has been effectively utilized during this control, and also reduction of environmental load due to this reduction in the sulfuric acid consumption around 10%. So since the system has been newly introduced, so we are given training to the operators to adaptability to the new system and make changes whenever they are required. So path forward. So since in bleaching stages, we have two control variables, pH and brightness. So pH we already achieved, and we have got better results. So then we are planning to go for brightness control with the existing brightness instrument by controlling the sodium chlorine dioxide in the D0 stage and D1 stage, and hydrogen peroxide in the EOP stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mahen. Thank you, Bala, for a lovely presentation. As in the pulp mill, any chemical reduction, it impact the effluent treatment because it reduces the effluent load. So that's one of the good things when you take some project in the pulp mill. It is not only the cost saving, it is also give an impact on your treatment cost and other related to the water and that. So thanks for the nice presentation. Today the West Coast team is not there, so I request Alexi to start the presentation.
Hello, good morning everyone, very good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you very much, IPPTA, for giving me the opportunity to speak today in that seminar about artificial intelligence in Chandigarh, India. I very much appreciate this location because in my mind, India is related to intelligence. I can think straight away about two prodigies, one related to my studies, Ramanujan, the mathematician, and today, the very young chess world champion, Mr. Gukesh. And on what's also specific with that city of Chandigarh is that it's a fully artificial city. It's not a city that was built over time, over generation, by people on time. It's a city that was built in the 50s, fully based on intelligence of different people that planned the city. And as a result, Chandigarh today is, as far as I understand, one of the most prosperous and green cities in India. So, artificial and intelligence is a good thing. Intelligence is, of course, a very good thing. And as we understood since yesterday, it brings a lot of benefits to our pulp and paper industry. So I will speak about how does it impact ozone production, ozone bleaching, on different aspects of the process. I will start by a few words about what is ozone, because it's so far something which is used in only one pulp mill in India, at ITC Bhadrachalam. Ozone is a gas. It's not a liquid, it's a gas made of free oxygen atoms. It's unstable, like chlorine dioxide, so it must be produced at site in the mill. And it is very smelly. We smell it at a concentration which is 10 times lower than the concentration allowed to work in. And of course, I will speak about artificial intelligence, automation, things like that. But I'd like to recall what Mr. Radhakrishnan said, that artificial intelligence is not a substitute to human intelligence. So sometimes when we are at work, we may think that because our boss did not notice something, because the control system did not notice something, there is no problem. But of course, if we smell ozone, if we smell other things, and if there is no alarm, still we should raise a concern and make it clear. To produce ozone, we need three things, which are electricity, oxygen, as I said, and cooling water. With electricity, we create an electrical field. That electrical field breaks the oxygen molecules, O2, so that we get oxygen atoms. And these oxygen atoms will combine with oxygen molecules to get O3. We don't produce ozone at 100% concentration. What we get at the outlet of the system is a mix of ozone and oxygen. 12% ozone, 88% oxygen. And to create that electrical field, breaking the oxygen molecules, we need two electrodes that are stainless steel electrodes. The ground electrode is what you see here. It is the core of the generator. It is the vessel, and we have tubes on one side where oxygen will flow in, where ozone will be produced. And between these pipes, we have cooling water circulating. Actually, close to 90% of the electrical input is converted not to ozone production, but to heat. So an efficient ozone production is something where heat is very well removed. And it is what we, as generator producers, need to improve. In these tubes, we put stainless steel electrodes, and between these two electrodes, so the tube and the electrode, we have a dielectric barrier made of glass. In ozone generators, we can have up to 15,000 electrodes, and it is where we produce ozone, between the stainless steel mesh and the tube. There is no moving part, as you can see. And then we feed the electrodes in the vessel. We connect it to the high voltage. And at the end, we get an ozone generator on skid with all the automation, the valves. And it is operated by one or two power supply units. So as you understood already, ozone is the result of electricity, oxygen, and cooling water. The only moving things we have in the system are gas and cooling water. So what we need to improve are, of course, electrical elements that we at Xylem do not produce ourselves. We outsource, of course. But we can work on the design of the generator. And recently, we used CFD, so computational fluid dynamics tool, to improve how cooling water flows in our system. And this tool actually is using some artificial intelligence. And while during the last years our technology was more or less stable without any evolution, like you did, as I understood yesterday in some presentations, by reducing your cost or your amount of breaks by 2, 3, 4, 5%, this improvement of using artificial intelligence allowed us to reduce electricity consumption in our system by 5%. That new technology was released end of last year, and that's a very good result for us, and that's also a very good result for our customers. Because in our daily life, we know that hardly things cost cheaper tomorrow. Inflation is usually at a few percent. So in that case, we can see that ozone gets more competitive. And as a result for our customers, I can say that in 25, we are still only at the beginning, but one Indian pulp mill contracted an ozone generator. So very soon after ITC Badalasharan, there will be another pulp mill in India with ozone. So the first step of any control is the measurement. So I will just give an example of what we do measure on the oxygen inlet line. So we measure three things, which are pressure, temperature, and dew point. The dew point is how much water, how much moisture we do have in the gas. I will not go through all the different lines we have in the system. Of course, the ozone line, the cooling water line, the instruments air supply. But overall, we measure different parameters, all the gas flow parameters, the pressure, the temperature, the dew point, of course, the ozone concentration, the ozone mass. We have all the safety elements with ambient air measurements. Is there any ozone in the atmosphere, any oxygen in the atmosphere? And the ozone plant is operated automatically. There is nobody caring about the ozone plant. So it is a fully automated control. And in case, for example, there will be an alarm, let's say there will be some ozone noticed, there will be an alarm, and if the concentration of ozone in the atmosphere keeps increasing, the system automatically shuts down. So it's a very safe system. Here is one example of how it looks like a main PLC in a pulp mill with 3 ozone generators. So I will not show the different figures, but let's say you can check really every parameter of the ozone plant. How is it operated in the pulp mill? So ozone production is adjusted according to how much power you put into the system. Meaning that if you reduce the electrical input, in 1 second you produce more or you produce less ozone. So you can really adjust ozone production in demand without wasting any ozone or any oxygen. So ozone production can be adjusted online by measuring a set point, like the kappa number or the brightness. Another way to control it is to measure how much ozone leaves the system unreacted. So of course, if at the end of the ozone stage you have some ozone which is noticed in the off gas, you are spending too much money in ozone, so you better reduce ozone production. And then, as we saw yesterday in some presentations, it's possible to use a MPC, a model predicting control, to aggregate all different data, the cost and the pulp quality data. And there is one pulp mill, for example, in Europe that operates ozone with such a model control. But that mill in Europe does it because they produce dissolving pulp. It's a specific case. In most of the pulp mill producing paper grades, in fact, they run the ozone plant at the full load because ozone is, in their case, the most competitive cost bleaching chemical. So in that European pulp mill, where they have a specific program, actually that specific program is using machine learning. We at Xylem as well developed our own maintenance tools, which are not fully, let's say, using artificial intelligence, but which are using machine learning. So we use data from the past to improve step by step our maintenance tool. So here is one example used in another pulp mill. It's accessible, of course, on any computer, but on the phone of the operator. So if anybody from the pulp mill is not anymore outside, but is in his home during the weekend or during the night, he can check what is the status of the plant. And just as an example of screenshots, we have ozone production or the specific energy demand. So in that case, it's less than 8 kilowatts per kilogram ozone, for example. And it was at the beginning, you have 2 curves in that specific energy graph, one which is actual and one which is rated. So actually is, let's say, our standard way to measure the specific energy demand. The rated is the beginning of that machine learning implementation by measuring other parameters than the direct ones, by measuring temperature of the generator or things like that, to get in another way that specific value of the specific energy. We have as well have for maintenance some copilots, not yet for big and large ozone systems, but for some other smaller and more simple Xylem products, so that maintenance can be done on site by people that are not specifically trained, but by following their phone. It's not only to guide during maintenance, but it's also for us internally, as Mr. Jürgen said yesterday, it's also for us internally to keep the knowledge of the people that year after year retire. And digitalization means, of course, less and less people at site, and these people should be as much supported as possible by digitalization. And these copilots are one way to transfer the information and to make it applicable, even if the people do not have everything in mind. And then that's not for now, but that's maybe a next step in chemistry. There are some chemical reaction simulators available for now many years. But as you know, lignin is a very complex molecule. Lignin is different depending on the species, and we know more or less what kind of chemicals are produced if we make chlorine dioxide and lignin reacting, ozone and lignin reacting, and so on. But in the coming 5-10 years, we can expect, thanks to artificial intelligence, to better know what kind of byproducts are produced, and that will help the pulp and paper industry to improve further the bleaching efficiency. So as a conclusion, what we can say is that artificial intelligence already helped us to improve ozone generation. It helps you to operate your bleach plants by better managing the cost on the targets. And in the future, it will help us to further understand the bleaching chemistry. As Mr. Reddy yesterday from Quantum said, I think, we are only at the beginning of a new revolution. So what we see today is already kind of wonderful, but that's only the first steps. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be very happy to answer to your questions.
Thank you, Alex, for your informative presentation on the ozone. Before opening questions to the audience, I have one question for each of the presenter. As you have concluded your presentation, my question to you is, you have talked about the vital software of the ozone. And in the vital software, you are the production and specific energy you talked about. But what about the reliability of ozone? Because the ozone, the major problem is the fusion of electrodes. So can this AI system predict when the fusion of the electrodes can happen, and there will be a breakdown, probable breakdown on that? Can the software predict it?
Yes, so actually I said in the last years, the technology did not improve that much, because my point here was to speak about electricity consumption. But in fact, from that point of safety, compared to what was installed already some years ago at ITC, we have a new electrode technology that allows, in case of any electrode failure, the generator will keep operating. So for large generators, we have thousands of electrodes. In case one electrode, for some reasons, would face a shortcut, then it will have no impact on ozone capacity. The ozone generator will keep operating, and we don't see that as an issue. Back to your question, at that stage, we don't see, we don't have any element with artificial intelligence that will alert us.
Yeah, so as the AI system, it can predict.
Yeah.
So that your AI ML logic, it is the performance predictions and the reliability predictions are there. So if you can build that predictions, then it will be more useful to the users. Otherwise, it leads to a larger breakdown in the pulping process.
I fully
Okay,
agree.
thank
Yeah,
you. And my second question is to the TNPL team. You have a APC system. What you explain, it controls your logic on that. It is having a factors. You say that APC systems having a factors to determine the chemical doses. So how these factors you have derived?
So these course control factors, we have considered that the maximum addition of 60%. So considering the 60% of a major action to be taken by the course control, we have derived this gain based on the maximum delta pH.
So it is a database or you just assume 60%?
No, we have trial error, we have initially started, then we have made a conclusion.
Yeah. This is very critical, this assumption, because these are all the factors need to be calibrated to ensure the accuracy of the chemical dosages.
Yes, sir,
So-
we have operated different conditions,
Yeah.
so at the maximum delta pH and lower delta pH.
Okay, so-
Accordingly, we have fixed this gain
Okay.
to make a good impact.
Yeah, as you move along, because this will be more helpful to the real time. My next question to the SPV. How does your AI system continuously fine-tune the COV threshold to prevent over or under corrections in the control loop?
Sir, these are data driven. It is not taken from the day today or yesterday. It is taken large data for the past 2 years. So based on the variability, we have set some certain set points. Say it can go to upper limit, say 18 kg or 19 kg and lower 15 or 14 kg. And every time, still as a watchdog, it is monitored remotely. But we are also having the physical appearance lab test also helps us. So by this, we are able to make the use of AI as well as our manual intervention. At the end, the customer is taken care.
Okay, good. You can work on the center line.
Sure, sir.
So
Yes.
work on the center line, put the center line so that it will be easier for you to measure that is not over or under control and
yes, sir.
performance. Okay, thank you all. Now the question is open to the public. You can ask the question. So while asking the questions, please tell your name and and your organizations you are representing. There is a hand I can see.
Good morning. My name is Paritosh Rai. I'm from
Tora.
Century. My name is Paritosh Rai. I'm from Century Pulp and Paper. So my first question is to Mr. Radhakrishnan. So Mr. Radhakrishnan, you have shown very good saving in chemical by this predictive model control. But you have taken kappa as the baseline. You have not taken any consideration for the COD or soda loss entering in the bleach plant. So how it is going to impact?
Sir, as a pulp mill, people first we focus on the kappa. So that was the baseline where we are having the every lab reading every 2 hours or 1 hour, we know the readings we have started. Now the after effects which are of the carryover from the wash plants, how to reduce COD. So what we observed was we have taken care of one point, automatically it is taking care of the other. Say the COD has come down by 500 to 600 ppm, which we have seen, but having given the point, I will work with my instrumentation team there in the future, make it that also in online. Sir.
Yeah, because if
Yes.
we are having a poor washing, that is going to increase the COD content.
Yes. Sir, I've started, you could see that we have started with small, so there is still other scopes for the improvement.
Okay.
We are working on that.
Thank you. And my second question is to the TNPL team, Mr. Bala Murugan. Sir, you have taken split control for this sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide. And definitely it has shown a good improvement and control cost saving. How does it has impacted the chlorine dioxide and peroxide? Though you told that you are going to take it in future, but definitely you might have got some feel how it is going to impact the chlorine dioxide and the peroxide consumption reduction.
Right now, we are also studying on that, sir. Actually, right now, we doesn't have any changes in chlorine dioxide and caustic addition, peroxide dosage. We are studying that actually the pH should be reduced if chlorine dioxide dosage is more. But the variation in pH has reduced with the same dosage of chlorine dioxide and the same brightness condition. So to maintain the same brightness, we have to study further, and upcoming days we will implement it.
Okay, thank you.
And one meter.
So this brightness control, we have given the path forward. So we are planning to use the tower inlet brightness as a reference for controlling the chlorine dioxide. So we are planning to implement that control, and also with the outlet brightness. So we are correlating the brightness and the chlorine dioxide and peroxide. So we are planning for an algorithm to implement in the future.
So you are having brightness going to the bleach plant, inlet brightness to the bleach
No,
plant.
not inlet. It is a D0 reaction tower inlet and a D1 reaction tower inlet. We have two measurements. So we are planning to use these measurements for controlling this brightness. That is chlorine dioxide, which is a major bleaching agent.
Okay,
So future we are planning a control system.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
another one.
Paritoshji, I will attempt to tell you your questions of the past to SPV. See, the kappa sensor, it is always drift. But what you can do that, laboratory versus actual, the drifting of sensor can give a correlation value. But whereas the COD, the variability in the CODs are high. If you take that input, then the control loop will be more difficult. So that's why the kappa is a better control loop to take than the COD control loop. Because COD, coefficient variation of the COD will be very high on that.
Yeah, so that's why I think BTG has come with the total load, total bleach load. So
Yes.
they are taking care of the kappa as well as the COD.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that you need to be put up that sensor. Okay. Any next question?
Yeah. Hi, this is Shantababu Pandian, Roland Consulting from UK. So my
Can
question
you take
to
the mic closer?
Yeah. My question to Mr. Radhakrishnan. Yeah, it was a really nice presentation. So I could see that a lot of dashboards and the KPI, the list of parameters. So what kind of the AI models you are used to arrive this one? Actually, I see that block diagram.
Sir, we have, because it is not a sales pitch, I have not mentioned the OEM supplier. So we have gone for the supplier. We are end users, so we have gone to the supplier directly.
Right.
Off the line, I have my instrumentation head. You can discuss with him. He is available in the meeting. You can discuss with him.
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I can see a hand which is going back. Okay. If there is no other questions, so we can conclude the session. So thank you everyone for. No, कहीं अनिल जी, माइक दीजिए अनिल जी. Okay. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you, our session chairman, Mr. Mohanty sir, for your valuable and intellectual inputs to the authors during the session. Your interactions with the speakers regarding the reliability and accuracy of the processes is really appreciating, and your insights and the vision on the presentation will help the authors to look forward for further improvements. I also congratulate our distinguished speakers for delivering such powerful presentations. As climate is changing and unpredicted weather conditions are coming in front of us, the use of AI to achieve sustainability is really life-given. So as Mohanty sir said, The reduction in energy consumption during process is directly foster the conservation of our natural resources. So it will not only help to increase the efficiency of the plant at reduced cost and chemical consumption, but also participating in addressing the global issues, especially the carbon footprinting. So we are looking forward for a world where AI can help us in achieving the sustainable production. So now I request our session chairman to please present the token of appreciation to our speakers. Sir, please do the honor. First of all, I would like to invite D. Radhakrishnan to achieve the award, please. I request Mahendran and MPN Balamurgan to please receive the awards. I request Mr. Alexis to please receive the award. Thank you so much, sir, and our speakers. Now I request our president, sir, to please come on the stage and present a token of gratitude to our session chairman. Please have a round of applause, please. Thank you. Please all stand for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mohanty, sir, and our speakers. Now let's meet over a tea. And this break will be of half an hour. We'll meet here together again. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, you all are requested to be here, please. Hello everyone, please take your seats. कर दूँ लगा पीपीटी कर देना ठीक है. You all are requested to take the seats so that we can start our new session. Please come in. Please take your seats so that we can rush to our new session. My humble request to everyone. Will you start? Yeah, सारा कुछ इसी में से. हाँ जी, next press करें. तीन रखवाएं और रखवा देती हूँ. और माइक है और माइक है.
प्रिया मैम के लिए फादर हेलो प्रिया मैम के लिए फादर माइक
वो इन्हीं के पास. तीन रखे हैं ना और भी है ना. हाँ तो दो और दे दो. हाँ टेबल पे एक दे दो ना. 2 माइक और दे दो ना. तब हम उठा लेंगे एक वहाँ से. लेकिन 3
एक प्रिया की छोड़ दो 4 माइक 10 एक प्रिया ऑफ कर दो नहीं तो फटफट मारे. Morning everybody. Can I request everybody to please take the seats, and can somebody help me with closing the door? Please come inside. We shall commence the program. Kindly come in. My request, come inside and then close the door. Great. Hello, yeah. आवाज ठीक okay, can I reach you? Yeah. Paper industry is possibly being tagged as a gender bias. Very less number of women they work. We understand earlier mills were in remote location. As the education caught up in the city, both ladies and gents wanted to work, and there were fewer jobs available for girls in the mill. Even mill in Odisha somewhere, newspaper used to reach third day. I have seen it at least in Raigada. There were radios only, but last 20, 30 years, things have changed. Whether you are in a city or a village, you are as much connected with the world as anybody else. And so with the education catching up, it was our sweet surprise that last time when we were in Coimbatore, more than 35% speakers were girl speaker. Seshashai, Kovai, ITC, and many mills. And some of them were prize winner. So this time we thought, can we showcase that strength of women? Yes, why not? Then the answer from the executive committee was, why not? The next challenge came, how to cobble it together. Not so easy, having said it, because to get them on the board, we know many, but some are shy to come. And this was a challenge we were grappling, but God was kind on us. I'll tell you some nice small stories behind it. The challenge came, who could be the moderator? We tossed the idea, and finally, Priya ma'am, you are here from Heber. Can you stand up? Give a big round of applause to her. She said, yes, I am ready. Then we asked her, we thought we will talk about the Vision 2035, 40 she said, no. I want to tell, future is ready. Men, be ready to part your job to the ladies. It's not your reserved domain. So ladies are here to give you competition, and she would be talking against Future Ready. What's the innovation and leadership? What they think, and I'd say some of the participants are in their late 20s. So this panel discussion used to be reserved for late 50s. Time has changed. It is now for 20s and 30s mostly. So with these words, I'll first invite Priya ma'am to come. Okay, Priya. मैं क्या होता है इनको फोन में थोड़ा सा मजाक में प्रिया मैम बोलता हूँ, यहाँ बोले जा रहा हूँ. She was in USA for last 2 months, and you can imagine for her to coordinate in a time zone which was 11 hours behind India, to talk to the people, to get to all the panelists and bring them together. Priya ji, please. जी भी नहीं बोलूँगा, चलिए. So she lives there in Chicago, and she is in Heber since 2017. It's a pleasure always talking to Priya as well as partner Vipin. Interact with them, and you will see something emerging future of Indian paper industry through their intellect. What I should say, pardon the. Now, I would like to introduce panelists to you. When we were making this panel, surprisingly, the girls came to know, and they started calling, hey, can I be the part of the panelists? It was a very sweet surprise, and one first such girl was Gunjan. Gunjan, where are you? Please come. Now, very, very interesting background of Gunjan. She arranges finance for the paper industry. She works with the bank and financial institution, and she arranges finance for the paper industry. A little brief about her. To me, the most important was that she called her herself, and we said, yes, why not? Everything anybody will call up, my call will go back to Priya. Hey Priya, what shall I do? Priya will say accepted. So, lock. And that's how Gunjan is here. I am not reading out her well documented data. You can see she is available all over India to arrange finances. We have a very old hand with us in the industry. Somebody, old but young, old hand, old hand but young, who has been an instrument in moving the chemical industry within the country. And that's Jyotsna. Jyotsna, please come over. Jyotsna carries huge experience behind her from the chemical industry. Just when I look back, I think chemical industry is one. Yesterday, Anirvan was telling salesmen from referring to some background. This is one industry, every salesman is highly technically qualified. Am I right, Jyotsna? Otherwise, you cannot sell. You cannot survive. So this is one industry which carries a very high power of intellect. We thought on bringing a very unknown face to you. Possibly for the first time, somebody who is a CEO, somebody who carries, lot of weight, administrative weight. I have seen her in Pepperex, and somebody who looks after molded product, not exactly the paper, but from a sustainability background. It is Kritika. Kritika, please come. Kritika. You meet her elsewhere, have one-to-one discussion. You will get a feel of her powerful personality. Kritika is. Please, I am not reading it. Have a look at it. More they will tell you when they speak about it. We wanted somebody from paper marketing and somebody who has come to paper from some other industry and who brings the perspective of possibly consumer products to paper industry selling. And she was a pick from our Japan trip, Maua. Maua from Century Paper. Please come over. Maua has done a lot of branding work for paper within the country. Here is another girl who called us up. Hi Goel sir, I want to be a part of discussion. And she is Monica. Monica, please come. Monica comes from mineral background. She possesses an extremely sweet personality, always smiling, and that what would be, again I say, reflected when she talks to all of you. Again, highly technically qualified girl over in the dais. We have another panelist who is born in paper industry, has a fairly good idea of production, but looks after the marketing of the products is Ruchika. Ruchika from Ruchira Paper Mill. Come, Ruchika. Ruchika is always available at the back of the call of IPPTA. And whenever I have called, hey, Ruchika, I need this help and guidance, she is there. She is there. Thank you for accepting our invitation and being with us. You operate out of Bangalore, right? Out of Bangalore. We have a school-going girl in looks, but a huge experience in machine building. I was surprised when I went to their workshop 2-3 years back, and she took me to her workshop, showed me. I was amazed, look, fabrication is going on. This girl knows every operation of fabrication, and back in the office, she showed me all her computer orders, how she was following, and I really admire it. Come over, Saloni. Saloni. The another girl who comes from the chemical is Yashika. Yashika Saxena. Please come over. Yashika is also one of them who self-invited. Otherwise, we would have not been able to make this panel. Our reach was only to some select. But these girls, knowing there is going to be a panel discussion, they approached us and they said, hi, I want to be a part of discussion. And with these words, these are the introduction of the panelists. And in a nutshell, this is the panel that you have today. 8 girls, flanked by our moderator, Priya. Over to you, Priya. Come. Please give a big round of applause to begin this session. आपको वो कदम में लगा लो. Yes, लगा लो. You can walk. Hello. Then you can walk. I'm sorry.
Done? Hi, thank you, Mr. Goel, for a very generous introduction of all the beautiful ladies here. Good morning to everyone. We had an incredible couple of days. We have seen some excellent papers filled with insights, showcasing the power of AI and in this industry. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am to see what is ahead of us. I must say this, okay? I am deeply honored to lead this discussion of innovation and leadership with some of the most inspiring, inspiring women in our industry. So, and also, right, I want to share something. This moment is very special to me. I was here at IPPTA a couple of years back as a panelist. It was filled with all men, and I was just one of them. And today, we are here, a panel full of strong, energetic women who are here to share their views about innovation and leadership. Like Goel already mentioned, this industry is not, kind of in the past was not very receptive, or there were very challenges in terms of how a woman can be part of this industry, right? BCG report finds that about less than 25% of key leadership positions are, just women, right? It's less than 25%. So we all know that diversity is very important. And here we have all of these women from different segments, different walks of life. So I'll just dive deep into the questions. First, I would like to begin with Yashika. So with your experience working across India and Southeast Asia, what are some of the biggest barriers women face in technical roles, especially in the paper industry? And what strategies can companies adopt to encourage more women to pursue and thrive in STEM, technical and research-driven roles?
Thanks, Priya, and for the questions and for this wonderful introduction. And I'm equally honored to be part of this first-of-a-kind all-women panel. So I think it's an excellent initiative by IPPTA for giving us this opportunity and allowing us to speak our voices freely and confidently. And again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the male seniors, my male colleagues, my male counterparts in the paper industry, and for their consistent support, because without them, I wouldn't have survived so long in the industry. So thank you for that. But there has been always some difficulties, I believe, and we should not ignore them. And I think the couple of barriers that I feel is, first being the lack of entry-level jobs for women as of now in the industry. So actually this is leading to a very low number of experienced women technical professionals in the industry right now. So we need to relook on our hiring process and couple that with skill development programs, providing trainings to women professionals and giving them the opportunity to experience the entire spectrum of the paper mill rather than carrying out just certain roles and responsibilities and ending up into a desk-based role. So here there is a scope of improvement, and then the growth potential of women can expand it. Second barrier, I feel that there is, as of now, there is a lack of relevant infrastructure in the industry right now for women. And the moment you build an inclusive workplace, then female talent will be attracted spontaneously, I believe. So whether it is accommodation or commuting or a simple restroom, which should be there in all areas of a paper mill. So here we need, as an Indian industry, to raise the bar. There are several strategies, Priya, that can be adopted to attract more female in science and technology-driven roles. And some of the effective approaches, I feel, is the, like I mentioned, individual development programs. So here we can further develop a clear roadmap, a career roadmap for the women in the industry through mentorship programs, and also giving some financial literacy that could also develop, can be developed and tailor-made for the women in the industry, so that they can have a long-term career in the paper industry and they can attain some of the management roles here. Second thing that we can adopt here, Priya, could be role models and visibility programs. So like that we are having as an IPPTA all-women panel. So what organizations can adopt is highlight some of the women who are into science and technology roles in their organization, highlight them and highlight their contributions, so that you can organize some panel discussions like this, some talk shows, or even some networking events where more fresher female talent will be aspired to join the paper industry. And Priya, last but not the least, I would like to highlight that we can adopt returnship programs. So with that, I mean that as an Indian paper industry, we need to look on and develop some programs where we can accept the women who has taken their career gap or breaks due to some of the cultural biases that we have, and how we can accept them to transition them back to their roles in the science and technology or even engineering roles in our industry. So we can look on such a kind of returnship programs, though it is not frequently discussed in our industry, but we can have such programs so that it makes easier for the women, because we are in the culture that there are some of the responsibilities that women play at a personal level. So these kind of things could support women to attain more science and again STEM-driven roles in the industry. Yeah, that's all, Priya. I think I was able to answer your question.
Thanks. Thanks, Ashika. I mean, that support system is very important. I think we have kind of evolving through that process, and a lot of men sitting here, I'm sure, they are doing their best in ensuring, the girls in their family, the women in their family are doing whatever they desire to do. Okay, so thanks for that. So I want to talk a little more about, what the industry holds for us in terms of technology, sustainability, finance, and talent development, right? Looking forward, what is it? So first, let's talk about consumer trends that are reshaping our industry. Newsprint and traditional use case of paper have been on a decline for many years, but now new trends, e-commerce, quick commerce, food delivery, and hygiene have given us renewed optimism. So Maua, as someone leading marketing and consumer products at Century Pulp and Paper, you have a pulse on the market. What are some of the most significant shifts in consumer behavior that are reshaping the paper industry today?
Thanks, Priya, and good afternoon, everyone. This is Mahua Chaturvedi. I come from a very different kind of a background. Various companies, including fashion, consumer products, and various industries, but I'm very happy to be here in the paper industry for the last 1 year. So, I don't think I'll be saying anything new if I say to this esteemed audience who knows so much about paper, if I say what's the current consumer trends in paper, because I think they know it better than anybody else. So yes, we all know that there is paperization happening. We know packaging is moving towards more paper. We know lightweight packaging is going to be a trend. We all know that it's going to be about flexible packaging. We know that tissue is going to grow. And so all of this, is part of the paper industry trend. So I don't want to dwell on that. I think you might
want to keep it closer, okay?
So I don't want to dwell. Is this okay? Yeah, okay. So I don't want to dwell on that at all. Because I think all of you know all of that and more. I want to just step back and say that if you look at any industry, any brand, any business, it's driven by some core consumer motivations. There are 8 core consumer motivations that drive any business or any brand. So the first motivation, and I'll do a quick one. I will not do a lecture. I mean, the first one is achievement. So anything to do with achievement, aspiration is a core motivation. So industries and brands and businesses which feed into that always succeed. The second big motivation is belonging. So entire thing of belonging, relationship, love, that's a big motivation. So brands that help you achieve that belonging do well. The third one is fear. You simply go and, you remember the Saffola campaign, that you're going to have a heart attack if you do not have this oil. So fear is a very big one, okay? The fourth one is about health. Health is, and especially after COVID, health is a very big driver for any kind of industry. You'll see the entire rise of, hygiene products across and health supplements and all of that. The fifth one is self-enhancement. We're always looking about how can we improve ourselves. So this entire drive towards learning, knowledge, being young, staying young, beauty products, this all self-enhancement. Then comes pleasure. You do certain things not for any rational reasons, just for pleasure. So the whole growth of Netflix, etc., entertainment, it's all pleasure, right? And then comes, of course, nurturance. Nurturance is after you've done so much for yourself, you want to give back something. So that's nurturance, right? So really, these are the large drivers of brand. And these have been eternal drivers. They're not going to go out. They're not going to, they're going to diminish. But what happens is, as people evolve, as people move, there are some changes that happens to this. So in the last 1 year, lots of studies have got published. It's what's the new change, what's the new consumer driver that's driving brands and businesses. And a Dentsu report published about a year back says there are some 5 big changes to these. In the aspiration area, the one big change is that people are not just looking at how good and how much I can earn. People are looking at something called a good enough living. A good enough living stems from the US, where the generation knows that they're not going to earn as much as the baby boomers, but they want a balanced life between work and life. So therefore, they're opting for something called a good enough living. A lot of Gen Z in our country is also opting for a good enough living. So in the aspiration area, that's a change. It's a change towards good enough living. In the belonging area, there is a huge togetherness deficit right now. So therefore, brands that are able to create a narrative, a storytelling, and therefore a community is going to be able to stick to people, right? So that's a second change. The third change is there is a generation blur. The 50s, all of you people are young men, right? And all of you are looking so fantastically young because people are not aging. Agelessness is a very big defining factor. So agelessness and generation blurs, where the 50s are looking like the 30s and the 60s are looking like the 40s, are one of the big drivers that's happening, and therefore driving a lot of industries and businesses. And aesthetics. In all of this issue, in all of the pressure, people are moving towards more aesthetic products and brands. And of course, the last one, which is we live in an algorithmic era where a narrative gets multiplied millions of times because of AI, right? So having this scenario, how does it relate to the paper industry? So let's move beyond the typical trends that we see and see what are the opportunities if we look at it from this kind of a prism, that those are the drivers, these are the changes. So what does paper industry do to be able to cater to this? So let's talk about the first one. So we all know, while paper, writing and printing paper and book and the Maplitho and the book segment, maybe internationally there is a decline. In India, it's playing a very large role because as the new education policy is started, it's a very large role of primary education that paper provides, right? I think one big opportunity is to shape the storytelling and narrative there. Like digitization has become very, integrated to growth. How much is the paper industry being integrated to the growth of India? But it's playing a very large role. So there is a large opportunity to storytell, create a narrative, because if we are not creating the narrative, somebody else will create the narrative. And every narrative becomes a 10x multiplier in the algorithmic age, right? So that's one large, opportunity area. The second large opportunity area is aesthetics for paper industry. So of course, you have the typical paper, but you also have a lot of specialized, beautiful paper. There's a lot of journaling happening. The people are going back to writing. Over-digitization is bad. So there is a large opportunity for more aesthetic paper at a higher price, super segmented specialities, and all of that. In the packaging segment, freedom is one of the largest motivators of people, and as people step out and and move out and travel a lot more, so food on the go, and therefore packs which are odor free, packs which are spill proof, packs which are temperature controlled, packs which are reusable, packaging is going to explode in all the on the movement food industry, right? So that's a very, very large sector which is going to open up if you look at consumer and brand trends. The other aspect of packaging which is going to be very interesting is again aesthetics. Brands all over, and I come from a brand building background, brands all over are becoming minimalistic in printing. Therefore the substrate or the pack itself is going to be more and more important, and that's a very big area at which we can value add. Tissue is, of course, we all know is a very important area of growth, but why is it that tissue is not growing as much in India as it has grown in Bangladesh? Even Bangladesh is a larger tissue, using country. The reason being that we have never been able to educate why the tissue is better than cloth. So that's again a very large area of hygiene to educate. So that's really the gamut of of consumer trends, just stepping beyond the typical ones that we always talk about. Yeah.
Thanks, Mava. That's like really insightful. Yeah, hygiene definitely can play a very big role in our country. Yeah, and packaging is also currently, valued at about $400 billion and is projected to be about $550 billion by 2023. So one of the big trends that stands out in sustainable packaging, we have seen a massive shift away from plastic to molded fiber and biodegradable materials. The ultimate goal of the government is to reduce the use of plastic, and also the growth of food delivery services together has led to a new segment called molded fiber. And with that, I would have my next question to Kritika. So she's created a big impact on the molded fiber sector by co-founding EcoSure, a leader in pulp molding technology. So Kritika.
Thank you, Priya.
Yeah, the question is here, okay? So molded fiber products have seen a tremendous rise in demand as consumers shift towards biodegradable solutions. How do you see this segment evolving?
Thank you so much, Priya. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be here, to speak something with like-minded people, like-minded social people, I believe. Sustainability is a very fashion word today. It is a fashionable, spoken about word where people feel, okay, when we speak about sustainability, we're speaking about something great, even without realizing what sustainability is all about. It is very exciting, and it is very, in fact, we should, people like us or people in the industry are very thankful to people who are actually taking initiative towards sustainability. Sustainability is actually a social goal that we all should follow to have a better future. If we don't go towards sustainability, or if we don't go towards solutions which can be sustainable enough, we're not seeing a greener planet anymore. I think the generations after us won't see them. So when I say pulp molded or molded fiber, yes, people have understood how plastic or single-use plastic has been destroying the lakes, parts of the land, the landfills that we see today, and moving a shift from plastic towards pulp molded tableware is definitely one of the best solutions, I'm sure, or it is actually 50% of a sustainable solution that we're seeing for a better future. I personally, because we're not allowed to definitely name the clients that I have, but I have people who walk into me saying that, okay, we were dealing with plastic in the past, and now is the time when we want to get rid of the plastic and do something which is sustainable enough. And I think 30 to 50% of my clientele have come out of the plastic industry and moved to pulp molded tableware, because they understand that, okay, promoting something which is good for a better future is definitely a better task rather than selling plastic, I believe. And sustainability is all, see, again, as I said, it is a fashionable term, but it is a lifestyle change. You know, it is an individual who can bring in that change, choose to get rid of plastic, ask the seller to not pack the food in plastic and pack in a sustainable solution, and then give it to you. I think, thank you.
Thanks, Kritika. I mean, yeah, while consumer preferences are the major driving force of the future, I mean, I can totally understand that how the segment that you're in is just going to grow leaps. I mean, let's hope that, you know, we do really fantastic there. So with this, I want to take my next question to Monica. Monica, you have worked at the intersection of chemicals and paper technologies. What are some of the biggest challenges that the industry faces today, both in India and globally? And how is innovation playing a role in overcoming these hurdles?
Thank you for the question, Priya. First of all, I would like to thank you, IPPTA team and Goel sir for giving us this opportunity. I think this is happening first time in India. We all are women panelists here in pulp and paper industry. So this is a big opportunity for us. Thank you again, IPPTA team. And second, I would like to thank my colleagues from paper industry and chemical industry who have been continuously supporting me, and because of them only I am speaking here today. So coming back to the question Priya asked, so we know that currently in India and globally what are the challenges we are facing. So as we know that paper industry is undergoing through a very significant transformation, so there are challenges which we have been facing in India. I would like to talk about few challenges which currently we are facing. First is that sustainability and regulations. So as we know that there is continuous pressure from government that we have to reduce water consumption, emission and energy. But at the same time, there are strict regulations from the government. There are strict environmental laws we are facing. And as we know that since plastic is banned, so we have to continuously look for the alternative raw material, wherein recycled fiber, the recyclability is still again a challenge for us. So the second challenge we are facing in India is technology gap, where we see that, there are lots of mills still, using conventional processes for making paper. And whereas I talk about global market, they are, already advanced and they have been using automation, but they are still striving for, doing the innovation in biodegradable material. And if I talk about the third challenge, which is ongoing challenge, and we can see that challenge in upcoming year also, so that is rising costs and raw material shortage. So in India, the pulp price and energy cost is increasing day by day. And that is why we are facing, the production is becoming very, very expensive for us. So there is a strong need to, develop some alternative raw material sources, where we have to continuously look for how we can, do the more recycling of the paper. And if I talk about global market, there are continuous challenges in carbon neutrality, and they also have to continuously innovate in the field of high-tech solutions. So these are some of the challenges we have been facing in India and globally. So let me talk about some innovation which we are continuously doing in India and as well as in global market. So there has been innovation going on in field of green chemistry, where industries are developing sustainable paper by using the alternative fiber source. And there are other innovation happening around, like yesterday also some of the speakers talk about the AI and smart mills, where there is a strong need, to develop and automate our system, which will give us real-time monitoring and make our production more faster, smarter and easier. And the third innovation is happening around alternative raw fiber, where there is a continuous demand for recycled fiber. We have to alternatively see that what other fiber, like agriculture residues, how we can utilize it and recycle it more. These are some of the innovation happening around India and globally also. I strongly believe that collaboration in supply chain between paper industries and chemical supplier and policy maker, technology provider, there should be collaboration between them to that will be the key to success in the long term in the market. And I strongly believe that sustainability and cost efficiency would be the driving factor for India in upcoming years. Who will innovate and who will embrace the innovation, they are going to lead the future in the paper industry. Thank you, Priya.
Thanks, Monica. Great points. A lot of food for thought. So we need to be proactive rather than reactive. That's what your message was all about. Great. So efficiency, adaptability, innovation are the center of success all over, right? Great. So now we'll head to Ruchika. So Ruchika is leader at Ruchira Paper. You have been at the forefront of these changes, driving flexible production practices to adapt to dynamic market trends. So with changing end user demands, how is paper manufacturing evolving to meet these, and how do we prepare for this proactively?
Thank you, Priya. That's a very important question. But before I answer that question, I want to ask all of you my own question, that in a typical day, how many emails do we get which have a footer tagline which says, save paper, save the earth, save paper, save a tree, print, think...
You got to keep it a little close.
That's fine now, thank you. So yeah, so we have these emails with footer tags saying save paper, print, think before printing, save the environment. So in all of this, and these emails come to me sometimes from my own paper dealers. So somebody who's trying to sell paper is sending this, and we so mindlessly go through this without objecting to it. And so that's the narrative that has been spread about paper. And the fact is that 70% of the paper manufactured today in India is recycled. Which is the other resource, or which is the other product that we use in our day-to-day life that is recycled or is reusable the way paper is? I mean, talk about textiles. 15% of the textile waste is recycled. The rest of it all goes into the waste dump. And that takes about 200 years to decompose. I'm saying, talk about any product. Talk about our shiny phones and laptops that we so happily upgrade every couple of years. The kind of hazardous elements the e-waste generates. You know, like so when we compare that to paper, so paper has been made the villain where we have a hero product in our hand. And that is the narrative that needs to be changing for the young consumers. So that's the market trend I feel that we need to promote on, or we need to send out the message about. Yeah, that was what I was thinking about, the trends that are going forward that we need to tell. And how do we do this? I mean, I know IPPTA is doing a great job of sending out this message, but what we are doing is that we are, or even our own companies, but collectively, we are not promoting paper as a brand. So what we're doing is, our audience is the other paper mills. If I'm giving out a story saying that paper does this, our audience is all people in the paper industry. But what we need to be collectively doing is that reaching out to influencers, maybe social media, maybe having a social awareness campaign in universities and schools, because the young consumer is the one who's making that change. You know, we need to tell them that if you consume your material on paper, you're actually consuming 20% less carbon than compared to, on your tablet. So that's the message that needs to be sent out to the consumers. And talking about other market trends, So there are, we hear about trends about paper straws, paper matchsticks, paper earbuds, even paper wine bottles, and now I've heard whiskey bottles. So those are innovative products that are happening. So when we talk about trends, are we talking about market disruptors? So these are not going to be market disruptors for sure. So I think our future lies in our present. So the products that we are using right now or our current market is going to be the future. The growth in this market is what we have to look forward to.
Nice.
Thank you, Priya.
Very, very good points. Yeah, so it's all boiling down to how are we going to be ready with technology, with adapting to these market trends, and what is it that we can create, right? Cool. So my next question is to Saloni. Saloni, as a leader in the high-speed paper machinery manufacturing, understands how technological advancements are shaping paper production. So how do you see automation and AI shaping the future of paper manufacturing?
Thank you for the question. Yes, definitely technology is transforming the paper making, and Industry 4.0 and automation has contributed and has played a vital role in shaping it. We have been using sensors through many years to collect and measure the different parameters incorporated with various automation loops that we have to have a reliable process. And this helps us to give an informed decision. In turn, this is creating a better and efficient production process line. So I think Industry 4.0 and automation has already been a part of our industry to a greater extent. Now we have to take another step ahead with AI, which is a way ahead than these two things. Because AI not only collects data, but also combines it with the previous data or the previous decision actions that have been taken in past, and helps us take a smarter decision through the solutions that it is providing. So I think AI can be very helpful in the coming years, and to mention a few of them, there are several areas where we can implement AI, but to just mention a few of them could be the predictive maintenance for the machines and the consumer trends, the market trends. As I said, AI is capable of analyzing and forecasting different trends ahead. So because it works on the historical data and the patterns, the machine patterns and the behavior of the machine. So I think it can forecast well the possibilities of what is coming ahead and help us make our machines more, make them healthy enough so that we can have the predictive, or we know what is going to happen to our machines well in advance and take the steps what we are supposed to. Also, it can forecast the demands of the product or the challenges that are going to come ahead in the market. Next area could be the research and development, where AI can be very helpful because the basic principle of R&D and AI is similar. That is thousands and lakhs of sampling, and on the basis of the same we come to a conclusion with the similarities and the differences and the results. So AI can help us have these results far better, reliable and faster so that we can develop the new products and the technology way quicker than earlier. The last point that I would like to add is it can also contribute to the human resource security. I feel this is way ahead in the future, but it could be implemented similar to how we are training the self-driving cars to identify the obstacles and avoid any kind of accidents that can happen. A similar environment can be created in our factories where the places are hazardous or dangerous for the human intervention. And we can possibly avoid any mishappenings that can happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Saloni. So innovation is not restricted to just technology. It is equally important for specialty chemicals and other input industries to innovate to meet these changing demands. So with that, my next question is to Jyotsna. As someone who has worked extensively in specialty chemicals for paper industry, how are chemical suppliers innovating?
Should be fine? Yeah. Now it's fine. Okay. Yeah. I think I just heard that the paper industry doesn't seem to be having a very great positive image when it comes to actually its impact on the environment. Now, it's a very challenging statement to make amongst so many paper makers and paper industry. But as we all know and we keep hearing, and which is also true to a large extent, that paper industry is a highly resource-intensive industry. So you need a lot of raw material which is there, then you require a lot of energy, then you require a lot of water. It creates a lot of effluent, and from the image perspective, it also cuts trees and has a negative impact which everybody seems to be having. And for the last almost 20 years, I think we've been debating in various IPPTA seminars that how do you really create this image that paper industry is not the villain in a way. I think the industry has to do something more aggressive about creating that image. But having said that the paper industry has this effect. For the last 2-3 decades, we have seen how the industry has really worked to improve its sustainability practices, to improve its process conditions of paper making. And now we know that there are a lot of changes in the way the effluent is treated, the way the process chemistry has changed. There's been a contribution from everyone, including the paper makers who've been really innovating every single day and minute on how do you really improve your process. There has been even innovation from the paper machine guys on how do you really make it more resource efficient. But having said that, chemistry and chemical suppliers also play a very important role and in helping paper industry meet this requirement. So sustainability and chemistry go hand in hand. I think every time there is a need to improvise the system, chemistry has been working along to help all industries, but specifically now as we talked of paper industry, to help it to improve its process as well as improve, the outcome of the product. So if I look at it and what kind of innovations have happened and how I can probably classify them in 3 buckets. The first one is the innovations which help to make the product more safe. Now safety is really at the core of everything, right? So like paper industry didn't have a very great image, so does chemical industry doesn't have a good image. Nobody wants to be anywhere close near to a chemical supplier also, but chemical industry also, okay? So they always feel that chemicals means it's negative. I mean to say chemicals are part of every single part of the life which we are living, and they enable us to do everything, but nevertheless, it has a negative image over there, right? So the first thing which was important is innovating to improve the safety of your products. So a lot of innovation is done, and I'll just name a few. For example, 20 years back, there were a lot of dyes which were used with the amines and azo dyes which have been banned over the last couple of years. I know some of my customers whom we have talked extensively on, which are the banned amines, which should not be used, how you should move away from those to more safe products. I think Mr. Krishnan is smiling away because I think we've had many discussions on these. But okay, apart from that, you look at the dyes or you look at more effective, chemistry, which is much more substantive, or let's say water-based chemistry coming into the way, then you're looking at how you can really, let's say formaldehyde and all has gone off the system, and the recent talk of the town is how do you get out of this fluorochemicals and bring a PFAS-free chemistry, right? So chemistry innovation to bring safe products is one of the biggest things. Second area where chemistry has enabled in paper making process is increasing the efficiency. Because when you're talking of chemistry, it has to improve the efficiency. What do you say in improving efficiency? It basically means that it helps you reduce your resource, helps you increase your productivity, decrease your wastage. All the chemicals and all the discussions over the last 20, 30 years I've been having with a lot of people over here in the industry is, okay, how do you use better chemistry which can enable you to have, let's say, higher exhaust products so that they don't go down the drain, better retention systems. These are all innovations. They don't happen overnight by itself, right? As the paper making processes have been changing, the speed has changed, the pH conditions have changed, other process conditions changed, the chemical manufacturers have continuously been innovating to meet these requirements. Some of them are like the retention aids, which I said, like, you have better retentions, because of which you have better filler retention, you have lesser fiber, so most cost efficient. Then if you're talking of better, cleaner backwater systems, so lesser breaks, okay, then you can have, let's say now we also look at trends which are coming for urea-free optical brighteners, etc., which don't load onto your water systems and effluent. So there are a lot of chemistry innovations which have come in the way to help the paper making process to meet the latest trends. And then if you look at how do you enhance, so chemistry, of course, apart from the must do, it also has the ability to increase the enhancement of the features. And we are looking at all this paperization, which is another word like sustainability, another fashion word which is coming along. And it means that the paper has to have some kind of functional properties which are much better and enable it to be able to use for all the different applications people are looking at. So enhancement in terms of optical properties, functional properties, strength, printability, opacity, and of course to make it more beautiful, colorful. So there are various things which the chemical people are doing. Only thing I will say is that chemistry and chemical supplies innovation should not be a standalone work. It has to be in harmonization with what the industry is looking for and where the trends are going to, so that you can actually work together and not just have something which works in the lab but doesn't work on the machine, and which we've seen also many times. So as this collaboration increases, as the harmonization increases, you will see this kind of, improvement, and the innovations will continue. So love-like relationship, but love-hate relationship nevertheless, but the chemical suppliers, chemistry is very, very critical to paper making. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jyotsna. I mean, chemicals are quite instrumental, and it's, you can't probably live without chemistries. So, yeah. So with all these advancements, mills also need to think strategically about investments, whether it's optimizing existing mills or launching new ventures. Raising capital is a major factor in making these innovations a reality. So with that, my next question is to Gunjan. So how should existing mills think about investments and raising capital? Also, what about new ventures? What kind of assistance is available for them?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I really would like to thank IPPTA family, entirely, especially to Goel sir, to make me the part of the IPPTA from being as a banker and introduce an effective manner to be delivered to the paper industry with the different kind of models, because as being into the industry and understanding the paper trend from couple of years, we understand that the capex involvement to sustainability or to the different kind of models, how does actually bank specialization can affect the paper industry in the terms. So the lower margin can have the more profitability ratio to be delivered to the front. The possibility, as everybody, those who are being sitting here, is the promoter and directly being taking care of their industry for a outlook of the benefits and the margins to get more out of the industry after generating the particular period of a production way out. So the earlier times when the capex was less, but the banking structure, the banks have the more margin to be infused by the promoters. In that manner, a promoter cannot go for a very huge capex involvement. Like earlier, if I talk about the banking structure of 15-20 years back, the capex involved to per ton, if I talk about it, is somewhere around 40 to 50 lakh rupees per ton capex value. And now as if I'm talking about, it is somewhere around 1 to 1.5 crore rupees per ton capability for installing a plant of 300 capacity. And for that, even the banks are incrementing their margins, so that making the profitability ratio to be lesser on the front. And this is how does the bank is also coming into the picture and giving you a sustainability related products also, where your margin can be at a lower cost, so that lower cost increment the profit marginality of the company. So this is how does the capex involvement every year. In fact, creating up a new environmental friendly products, or like the boiler and turbines recently been introduced with the multi-fuel efficiency or recycle of the paper. Earlier, if I talk about, the paper will be made up of a wood pulp and something like that. Not much about from the same industry, so cannot comment on it. But now as the recycle plants are also there in the market, the agro-based products are also there. And it depends according to the different like trade. The craft paper have their own nature, the tissue have their own nature, the chemicals has been used, the technology to be used, and similarly the financial structure has to be used. If we are moving towards the energy of green energy and efficient energy, sustainability, even the banks are working the same platform for it. And we make that kind of a strength as a tailor-made facility to improve your margins, where you can have a good margin on the front and the banks is continuously on the support system while investing in the term way. But that is all I would like to say about the banking structure. But yes, we are in the support of, for any aspect for paper industry. Earlier, because the banks are not coming with lot of things, the paper industry margins were being not much comfortable with the bank structure. It is a high risk industry because the capex involvement is much. So the bank are not very comfortable while delivering the finance outlooks. And similarly for the industry also, we are the one of the backbone, because we want you to grow. So that is only the reason we generate your profitabilities, so the bank is generating out of you. So this is, I really would like to go with the tailor-made solution, the sustainability, the green financing loans are also offered now. So that can make the capex involvement, you can also go with the huge capacity increment immediately. Otherwise, existing collateral doesn't permit a person whenever go towards to bank and asking for an capex, a bank is looking forward for any of another collateral to be get introduced. Yeah. Please provide us what else you have in your family, let's provide it us, and then we'll offer you the financing outlooks. So now the method has been changed. Whatever the industry is growing, we have the primary, we have where the business is going. The other terms of collaterals, the other terms of the engagement would not to be involved into the structure. Only where the business is developing, we are only the authorized to be the part of it. That is all. Thanks a lot.
Nice, Gunjan. You have figured it out. You have figured it out how to help the industry get the capital. Nice. So my next question is to Yashika. Okay. So how can AI extend beyond manufacturing? Okay, so from sales to marketing to product development, supply chain and production. So which areas will benefit the most?
Again, so that's an absolute sense that we are at a spot that we are seeing that AI is an enabler rather than the common notion that it takes away our job. So again, I think AI is indeed poised to be that transformative force in the paper industry that has the potential to, again, revolutionize various aspects of the business. So if I talk about the various segments, so talking about the production and operations, so AI can optimize various processes like we have seen in yesterday's presentation by Mr. Santosh on virtual measurements. So I feel that with AI, there can be some real-time data analysis which can enhance the decision making. So this can result in the improvement in efficiency, reduction in waste, and again, we can reduce the energy consumption. And similarly, with quality control as well, we can optimize certain processes there. And the real-time quality metrics, which can support further for immediate response and adjustments at the paper machines, can indeed help us to improve the standard and the quality standard of the paper and reduce the defects. And other aspect is, if I talk about supply chain management, also I see that AI can enable us here to optimize the various processes. If I talk about detecting and predicting the demand or improving the logistics and also managing the inventories. So here we can achieve the overall cost reduction, as well as we can also have the on-time deliveries that could be served to the paper, for the paper making processes. And again, if I talk about sales and marketing, so Priya, I believe that this particular section is in today's era is the one which is getting the most benefit of the AI. They are the first one to get the benefit of the AI. Reason being, there is a readily available AI tools for analyzing consumer market trends, and also we can personalize the branding campaigns using the AI. So that can improve the customer intimacy as well as the customer satisfaction, thereby whereby we can improve the sales as a result. Talking about product development, so here I think generative AI, which we also call it as AGI in simple terms. So this generative AI has the capability to do the intellectual tasks which are required to accelerate the research and development related projects which are ongoing in our industry, whereby it can result in the new products and processes, thereby we can get improved efficiency and sustainable products. But again, lastly, I would like to end my response, Priya, by saying that however this AI technology is available, and what I observed from the presentations yesterday and today, that though this technology is available, and but how paper industry can interact with this, which has the various raw materials, variable processes, and also we use some legacy or old equipments. So how we can interact with AI, which needs for, say, a high level of and high quality data, which are in large amounts, for it to function efficiently. So I would like to end my response with this food for thought. So yeah, thanks Priya.
Thanks, Yashika. So what you are saying is technology is also reshaping business strategy. That's kind of what you were summing it up to. Okay, so then that's something that needs to be answered is it important for B2B companies to invest in brand building? So with that, Mawa, you're someone who has led marketing across various industries, both B2B and B2C. What are your thoughts on investment in brand building by paper mills and suppliers, which are predominantly B2B businesses?
Yeah, thank you, Priya. So, gone are the days when people used to spend a lot of money on advertising because it was on television, right? So you had to take spend a large amount of money to put one spot on television, and you didn't know what was happening to that money because it was not directly linked to sales. Because the entire thing has moved to digital advertising, right? So it's entirely become digital. And while yesterday I was listening a lot to AI, AI is a very normal way of doing business and marketing across all consumer product industries. Marketing do not run without AI anymore. And that's been there from the time Google and Meta has come in and taken over marketing. So the holy grail of marketing today lies on one platform creation. And that platform is called Consumer Data Platform. It's called CDP. CDP is a one single point of view of consumer. So let me give you an example from my previous organization. As to head Baggett as a company, we're making handbags, right? And this is true of any consumer product company. Now when you make, so what a consumer data platform does is it gives you one single view of all the consumer activity. So it gives you the consumer purchase plus consumer behavior and plus consumer consumption of media messages. So what happens is when you get on to, so it starts by registering you as a consumer. So any person who gets onto a website and puts in a query, I mean, when you go to a website, you'll see many of the times they're asked to register yourself. You may not buy from the website at that point of time, which is absolutely fine in the digital world, because you'll buy eventually. Your first thing is to register yourself, because as soon as you register yourself with your phone number, then you become a part of the consumer database. And what happens when you become a part of the consumer database? So when a consumer in Baggett registered on Baggett website, I would immediately know after that when does she go to my store to buy, when does she buy from my website, when does she buy from Myntra, when does she buy from a shopper's stop, when does she buy from a lifestyle, when is she buying from my own EBOs. So you know the entire purchase, you know the purchase mixes, you know how many times she's come to your website, what are the products she's seen, and what has she added to the basket but not bought. You also at the same time know the entire digital footprint of this consumer. So when does she visit Instagram, when does she visit Google, what has she searched on Google, and that's why you will see some ads keep appearing back to you again and again when you have searched for something once, right? So that's called the consumer data platform. And this is a completely AI-driven platform, because what happens is, once you have the entire consumer data, then you use AI as a tool, and there are various tools available, right from Salesforce to Lead Square to various others, which segments the consumers. And when you segment the consumers, you create a specific customer journey to give different messages to the customer and finally able to convert. So that's really become the digital phase of marketing. The issue that we have now, coming to the B2B and the consumer and the paper industry specifically, this entire consumer data platform is a very rich source of marketing across all B2B industries, because B2B industries have basically invented this. It went later to B2C. Who invented this? All the SaaS sellers, right? So all software as service sellers started with Microsoft, and I mean all of them, right? All of them used CDP and the entire MarTech platforms as the way of marketing. In paper, and when I entered the paper industry, I realized that this customer database is the most important missing link today, right? Firstly, the first step is that we have to widen a horizon of who's our customer. So if I'm a paper manufacturer, my first level of customer could be a dealer or a distributor, but then there is a long chain of customers after that. So the first point is, how do I create a database of the entire jobbers, of the entire retailers, right? Because I need to first create the database. Without the database, I cannot segment, I cannot market, I cannot build the ROI, I cannot do the AI modeling, right? So the first part that we need to do in the paper industry, and many of you are doing it, some of us may not be doing it, is to register these customers on our website. How do you register these customers on our website? The core is the CRM tool. So we have to first start investing in a CRM tool. In the CRM tool, the customer comes to your website and registers every purchase, because he gets something out of every purchase. He gets an advantage, a monetary advantage out of every purchase. This helps him be a sticky customer. This creates repeat purchases. But most importantly, what does it do for you? For us, it creates a database. So whether it is the jobber, whether it is the retailer, whether it is your distributor, whether it is a wholesaler, we need to first create a customer database, and the person comes back to the website and registers. As as soon as he does that, you can then trace him across his digital footprint. So you can know when this person, he or she goes to Instagram, watches cricket, goes to, watches, some stock market reports, and then you can start messaging your communication. Yeah, but you move therefore from a first level of customer, which is your dealer, and a price off, to a larger customer base, whom you can segment and create personalized consumer journeys. And so that your ROIs improve and you can finally able to convert them. In fact, in B2B more than B2C, personalization has been able across SaaS industries to improve your conversions by about 60 to 80%. But the starting point is this customer database which we need to invest in, right? And of course, from here also steps your entire customer service. There's a lot of tools today like Zoho and so on and so forth, which records every customer call, tells you what's the green flag, what's the red flag, what's your customer, and finally takes you to customer satisfaction score. And all of this is AI-led and it feeds one into the other. So as your customer journeys learn better, your ROI start improving, you start knowing who's your high value customers, who's the customer who's your most frequent buyers, who's a customer who's going to exit soon, and therefore the business becomes sharper and stronger. So it's not really about the money, Priya, it's about the process.
Right.
I see the process as a gap maybe in some companies today, and this process needs to be put in place first. Thank you.
Thanks. So it's the strategic storytelling part that's important. Right? Yeah. All right. So I would now move into a different segment within the conversation that we are having. I think talent. So let's talk about talent for a few minutes here. So globally, average operator tenure has dropped from 15 years to maybe less than 5 years. And this decline is driven by retirement of senior operators and shrinking talent pool, and fewer individuals are choosing to stay in manufacturing, and increasing competition for skilled workers from service-oriented industries. So to remain competitive, our industry needs to attract and retain young professionals, particularly in technical field. So Ruchika, how can we make the paper industry more attractive to young professionals and technical talent? It's not working?
Yeah, no, it's working. You know, we were talking earlier about this exact topic about talent and attracting good talent into the paper industry. What are the young professionals really looking for when they decide to join an industry? They're looking for a tech-driven industry, they're looking for a forward-thinking industry, they're looking for, because they're environmentally conscious today, so they're looking for an environmentally positive industry. Now, paper industry is traditionally, seen as a not so sexy industry. It's traditional and it's boring, and but actually we are not, because we are forward thinking. We are part of the circular economy. We are innovative. We are, tech driven, because we are constantly evolving, and we're making the most beautiful product end of the day. Also, the paper industry is growing by 6 to 7% per year, so there is a personal growth when a young professional comes into the industry. So, having said that, I was really warmed to see Mahua join the industry from another industry, from a fashion industry to the paper industry. And then I met this lovely Yashi earlier, who's come from Accenture. So I feel that we were talking about young professionals, but of course people in leadership roles also cross-overing from the other industries into paper industry will bring new perspectives, new fresh energies, and I think that really would help the growth in the paper industry. So that is what I wanted to say, and yeah, so we are dynamic and we want to go out there and get more people, because paper industry can be very incestuous. You know, somebody who's worked in my company would have worked in 5 other paper mills, and so it's circular like that, but we don't need it to be circular like that, and we should get people, encourage people from other industries to come in, and that's how, and especially women.
Nice.
And especially women, yes.
Nice.
Thank
I think I got a message saying we got to wrap it up. So we did have a few more questions, but I think they pretty much covered everything that we wanted to discuss today. So today's discussion has provided incredible insights into the future of the paper industry, from breaking barriers, adopting AI, driving sustainability, responding to evolving consumer demands. One thing is clear: change is inevitable and innovation is no longer an option. The companies that thrive will be those that proactively embrace technology, sustainability, and talent development. So before we wrap up, we would love to hear from you. If you have any questions for our panelists, now is the time.
I have one question like that. Can you please tell me that
Can I, oops, oh my God, this is very slippery. Yes.
Thank you very much.
So it's,
So we have a panel, excellent panel done exceedingly well in their lines. But all this panel is pre-digester and post-finishing house. See, we are talking about paper industry which works from the digester house till the finishing house, and where representation is really poor. See, I was one, in fact, Shreyas, we were one, we kept shift in charges way back in 1995. I am taking the name because they are known to the house, Manzima and Ritu, and we lost both of them to marriage. Fortunately, we were involved in arranging those marriages there. But, and then subsequently, we also kept a couple of girls, but again, losing them to the matrimonial. So my question, my issue is that how do we attract more girls into the hardcore manufacturing of paper industry? I know because when I'm talking about those times where it was all floor level jobs, and these are called blue collar jobs. In fact, even the production manager was a blue collar job, it was not white collar job. But with the more and more control panels coming in and the machines being operated from control panels rather on the floor. But still, unfortunately, the girls are not opting for the actual production process. Does panel have any view on that? How do we, as a paper
Can
maker?
I'd like to take that, yeah. So I was reading a very interesting article recently of, we talk about what the industry can do for the girls. Like very nicely you had pointed out earlier of we need to provide, as infrastructure, we need to provide toilets, we need to add, that's the basic thing. But in my mind I was thinking, why would the industry do that? Why should we do that? What do we get back to hire women? Why should we go through the trouble? So I was reading an interesting article of somebody who had said that they found, there's a data based on that, they found that women clean the machinery, or they handle their machinery, or they take care of the machinery in a 100% better way. So they bring more efficiency into the production stream, and that's the benefit the industry gets, and that's why it's worth taking that initiative to hire more women into the floor, onto the floor.
the question was like, are women...
Yes, thank you for the very relevant question for us. So, I think that interest needs to be developed both ways. And what now I experienced it in multiple forums before also. Industry is willing to take the experienced professionals, but not the very newly talent. So I think that we should not go for like a B.Tech MBA or girl who is attained at 26 or 27 years. Then there is definitely a gap, because ultimately that girl needs to get married and not stay in the mill. But what we should do, and I also discussed and in my answer to Priya, that we can think of entry-level positions for the women where their skills getting enhanced and developed, and we can explore of diploma holders or any kind, because I have seen overseas also, in Thailand also, in some of the paper mills, women are carrying out each kind of activity. They are also operating the machines as an operator. So why can't we have that interest and locally support the community wherever our paper mill is? We can entertain and take more women from those local communities and develop their skills accordingly. So I think that's the way forward as on today. But yeah, we can brainstorm it every now and then, I think. But the best answer I could give you now is this.
ऐड करूं? थोड़ा इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करना चाहिए आप लोगों को. Don't ask the panelist here. Why is it that ladies do not want to be there, cannot survive a lot? What are the inhibitions? What are the issues? I think maybe we can have a panel of gents over here to explain that and understand that, you know. Because in other countries you have it. It's not only here. So it's not so much about ladies and gents. Personally, I've enjoyed my journey and I never felt it till I was invited to this panel as all-women panel. I said, why do you need an all-women panel? I mean, to say it's a panel discussion, and I'm not a big promoter of all women and women, etc., etc. But nevertheless, I take away that it's very nice to see so many new faces in the industry. And as Goyal Saab said, that the old hand and the old mind, or not the old mind, the old hand is there, but there are so many other new people over there, which is good. So it's a transition. It's a transition. It's a cultural thing from a country, from a social and various things. But a little bit of introspection and maybe effort would be required by the industry to encourage this. Thank you.
I think Sonali had something to say. Yeah.
Even I'll add a few things to it. So I think first of all we need to come out of one basic thing is pre-assumptions that a woman will have a lot of baggages, family, child, and many other responsibilities. So I think I am speaking on behalf of everyone that we need an inclusive environment instead of a special environment that you're trying to create for us. So it has to be a very inclusive, we are one of you, we are no different. So this is one thing. And another thing, what I have personally faced is I am myself ready to go on the sites. I usually visit sites. And there is a big difference that I see in the sites in India and when I visit to other countries, especially Europe or USA. So basic requirement to go on the site is the PPE kit that everyone should have. I don't mind going under the mess of pipelines or going over a height of a walkway or climbing up near the machines to check on something. But there is a lack of PPE kit for the women that we have here. This is an accepted thing that we are tiny, okay? We don't wear 7-number shoes, we don't wear 8-number shoes. Our jackets are going to be tiny. We can't have those jackets of sack which keep on stucking when we move around. So I think these basic requirements as an industry we need to focus on, that we are all comfortable in our own skin and we are not conscious to go on the site. So once this confidence gets built up and we look similar or we feel inclusive, I think there'll be many more women coming and adding up to our number. Thank you.
I just wanted to, also add in here because, You know, this is a question which probably only comes in this industry. I come from a fashion industry where 50% of the workforce was women, right? So Bagot was founded by a woman. They, I'm sure machines don't make difference between a man and a woman. It's basically the people who work around the machines which may have an issue with whether it's a man or a woman. So when you are making a handbag, there are machines which cut the handbag, there are machines which stitch the handbag, but there are a lot of workforce. In fact, the workforce is a lot more in a fashion industry, in the shop floor than in a paper industry, because it's very mechanized over here. There's got a lot of bits and pieces of work. There'll be somebody who will be stitching, there'll be somebody who will put a buckle, there'll be somebody who will be putting some tassel on it. So there's a huge amount of workforce. And that workforce works in the morning, works at night, and we had one of our factories in Bhiwandi. I used to go to Bhiwandi twice a week. Trucks being loaded from there, being dispatched to, say, 1,000 selling points, trucks getting stuck at Flipkart before the BBD sale, because, Flipkart, you'll have to stand outside for, 7 days, truckers running away. All of this is handled by women. The CFO was a woman, I was the head of a business, was a woman, the owner was a woman, Nina Lekhi, it's founded by her. Design head was a man. But apart from that, most of it was women, and this question was never discussed. Yeah. So I think it's a legacy issue. It's nothing more than being a legacy issue. But with period of time, when you're asking these questions itself show that it'll possibly change. Yeah. But otherwise, there is no difference. Machines don't make any difference between man and a woman. Yeah.
I think, Priya, I will just share my personal experience. When I was sitting in campus interviews, okay, so one company came and they interviewed us and they selected 6 members from our team. So there were 2 girls, one was me and one was my colleague. So they asked us like, sorry, in the final round they told us that, they can't hire us. Then we asked why. Then they said, because we are not confident enough that will you be able to work in paper machine area, or will you be able to survive in paper industry location, because locations are very far from the cities. So I think that mindset has to be changed. If you are talking about that, we need to have more girls in our team. We need to have, girls in paper industries who can work on the shop floors. But first, that mindset has to change, that if you are going for hiring process, then you have to change that mindset that you only have to hire boys. You also have to consider that there are girls sitting around who are, willing to come in and join paper industries, but they are, not allowed to come. So if there is a change in mindset, then we can, girls are, they are interested to come. They can go anywhere.
Yeah.
I have been in paper industry past 10 to 12 years, and I have been going to shop floors, and I have been taking trials. And when I start trial, that people ask me, will you be able to stay till evening 6 o'clock? You will have to go back if the trial is not finished, but you have to go back to the, hotel, and we have to conduct the trial alone. Then I say, no, I'm going to stay and I have to make this trial successful. Whatever it takes, I'm going to do that, right? In India, we have to change that mindset. Last year, I went to Thailand. I saw there are, girls, production manager in the seat of production manager, and R&D also. I see the difference between global market and Indian market, but yes, I would say there are many people who are supporting us, but there is a mindset which we have to,
I think it's changing, Monica.
Yeah,
it's
change
changing. The fact that we are all here, it's changing. So I think any other questions? Done? Okay, fantastic. A huge thank you to all our panelists for sharing their valuable perspective. It's been an enlightening conversation, and I hope it sparks new ideas, collaboration, and momentum for the industry. And thank you for the audience for being patient and engaging in this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Priya, for leading a wonderful session here. I think you considered each and every question related to different aspects from sustainability to capex. And our panelists answered every question beautifully and made the points clear with their intellectual level. So the message that women are confident enough to take any challenge, to go to the trials and in the plants, and it's society to accept that the transformation has occurred and they have to accept this transformation. Thank you, Priya, and thank you, panelists, for this successful discussions. Now I request Ms. Priya to please present the token of gratitude to our panelists. Ms. Priya, please. Yeah, please. Yeah, you have to present the mementos, but please. So first of all, I would like to call Ms. Gunjan Bhardwaj on the stage. Please give a round of applause. Thank you, Gunjan. Now I invite Ms. Jyotsna Srivastava to please on the stage. Thank you, Jyotsna, for your wonderful inputs. Now I would like to invite Ms. Kritika Tripathi. Thank you, Kritika. Thank you for the part of this team. Now I request Ms. Mahua Chaturvedi to please receive the award, please. Thank you, Mahua, for wonderful discussions. Now I invite Ms. Monica Kastuba on the stage, please. Thank you, Monica. Now I invite Ms. Ruchika G. Kumar on the stage. Thank you, Ruchika, for your insightful views. Now I request Ms. Saloni Sharma. Please join us. Thank you, Saloni, for the part of team today. Now I request Ms. Yashika Saxena. Thank you, Priya, and thank you all panelists for these wonderful discussions. Now, I would like to invite our President, Sir, to please come on the stage and present a token of gratitude to Priya. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the honor. Now, a group photograph, please. sir, please. Thank you everyone. Now here is the concluding session. You please stay over here only. So I again request Pawan sir to please join on the stage during this concluding session. I request President sir to please join us on the stage.
So my request to everybody is, please be inside the hall. We have a concluding session of IPPTA where we would discuss some important points for you as a path forward. Those who are standing at the back, please come and take front seat. Another 15-20 minutes, and then we have a IPPTA family photo with all of you. So, Pavanji, Mr. Krishnan, please come. Chiragji, please come over. And my three jury, Dr. Jan, Ganeshji, and Anilji, please come over. Sorry, Thaplial sir, please. Yeah. ठीक है, रखिए वो. Yes. सुनो, पवन जी के बगल में मेरी. Please come over. Those who are sitting at the back, please come over. Come in front. Can somebody occupy the sofa, please? आइए सोफे पे बैठ जाइए, खाली देख के अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. आइए आइए. Please come forward. Please, lot of people at the back side come. We need a close interaction. Please come forward. बदम कुछ मदद कर भाई. हाँ, लोगों को सामने बुलाओ ना.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I think it's really heartwarming to see such a great conference over the last 2 days. And I think in conclusion, we saw an awe-inspiring discussion by women who are equally responsible and equally competent to hold stage. And I think they've clearly shown that women force is going to show a competition to AI in future. If they come together, they can achieve a lot. So I think I would just like to add, in fact, we were having a discussion yesterday with Priya and Ruchika, and I mentioned something, and as Priya suggested that why don't you say the same thing tomorrow, and I'm going to take heart from that and say that what AI is really doing for us, it's bringing the cost of intelligence down eventually almost to zero. So why don't we adopt that? Thank you.
So we would rather be very happy to have your feedback on this seminar and also seek your opinion what further needs to be done to uplift IPPTA. Please, girls, are you ready with the mics? Any feedback? Yeah. Any feedback? Some suggestion? Some suggestions from any? Devesh ji. Devesh ji yesterday wrote a very nice 2 lines, which he flashed all over. Lot of information is available on internet, but these conferences are for knowledge. And I truly feel that when you come to a conference on a subject, it's a deep driven, and I'm sure in this conference as well, you had some carry home. Tell us, what did the subject you feel we should hold next 2-3 conference? Some suggestion. There are 200 odd people in the house. We need some suggestion. What topic do you think is essential for industry? What will excite you? Yeah, Devesh.
Sir, first suggestion would be to have a workshop or seminar on this standardization of processes and products. It is going to be a very important topic. Reason being, government wants to curb import. And you cannot curb import by taxation only, because tax structure has to be justified globally. So now what they are doing, they are trying to consider that all product specifications to be stabilized. Mills are having standard products, and on the basis of that, they are going for QCO, quality control order, like they did for copier very recently. Similar thing has already been done in steel sector, and government has to bring 156 QCO for different grades of steel. But after that, you must have observed that steel prices gone up. Similarly, for wooden panels, plywood, mica sector, prices have gone up more than 60%. To increase our paper prices, standardization is a must, so that in future this QCO can be implemented.
So, am I to understand you are telling standardization of processes?
Processes also,
okay,
so that our product quality is always consistent.
I wanted to, fair enough, another point very important I wanted to communicate to you, that on 3rd, 4th and 5th of June, we have organized a deep, or rather say, Mr. Krishnan, you used the word? Crash course or a short course on barrier coating. About 9 experts from Sweden, Germany and Austria, they have been lined up, they'll be coming. It's not a conference where we will invite paper. It's you can call it a crash course, and in that they will be taking lecture not in minutes but in hours. And it's 3 days finalized for Vivanta, Dwarka at Delhi, and simultaneously, parallelly rather, we'll be running another course which would be a basic paper making. You may call it for paper making for non-paper maker. Lot of his staff members, maybe in marketing, stores, purchase, in paper industry. If they get some basic knowledge on paper making, I'm sure they'll feel more comfortable whatever job they are doing. Now, the important thing is, we are going, the seats are such crash course, such deep dwell down course cannot be done when there are hundreds of people. So a very limited number of seats, maybe 125 to 150 would be there, and IPPTA would seek participation of really those who are in the business, who are in the business. And that means you should be in that field, you should be technically some exposure in terms of either qualification or experience. So a technical committee, rather a selection committee has been formed, where we will take all the nomination and then the selection committee would decide. We want to give maximum representation to maximum number of industry. So if there are many from a particular mill, 6-8 nomination, maybe we are able to take 2-3. So those criteria will be worked by that high-powered committee, and Maybe in a week's time, we'll be making an announcement. So please enroll yourself as soon as possible. Thanks. Any other feedback, please? Yeah, Dr. Gupta.
Sir, there is a need to educate about the paper properties also.
Okay.
Because at present moment, the future of the paper industry is lying in the packaging. And whatever we are producing, more than 50% is going for the packaging.
Thank you very much. The capsule which has been prepared for paper makers, which is, as I said, a parallel conference, has been prepared by Dr. Dharamdat, and it starts with types of paper, what you have, raw material, processing, manufacturing, finishing, operation, then defects and testing. So this, we are trying to revisit the entire process of a paper industry, and thank you very much. I think I will exchange with you my notes before it is announced. Please do add up something which you feel. Thanks. Any? Yeah, Dr. Nathani, please.
Namaskar. We had a very fruitful discussion with the women panelists, and a lot of things were exchanged. My suggestion would be rather, as one of the panelists, he said, yes, we should encourage the entry-level women force in our industry. And definitely we should provide a conducive environment for them. Since I do visit a polytechnic in Damla, where 20% of workforce is girl. But during my discussion with them, hardly anyone showed their interest to join paper industry. So that kind of environment is there, wherein I don't know from where they knew that this industry is not suitable for girls. So that kind of thing we have to improve first. Second is, a couple of years back, we had a training program in CPPRI organized by, again, IPPTA, on different aspects of paper making, optimized use of chemicals. Similar kind of thing, we can repeat it again.
Shali, thank you. I think towards this, I'll request Mr. Krishnan, he had some thoughts. He was sharing earlier that people want more women to offer papers and come out and present them at IPPTA conference as well. That would show our way of supporting them and making it more inclusive. Yeah. If you would like to add.
First of all, compliments to the women panel. The last session, it was a very enticing session. Actually, it went for a deliberation. It's very good. It is not a question of mindset, or it's not a question of current practice or something like that. I think Ms. Yashika started at a very nice point of, when you are trying for more and more of women taking a role in the process operations and in the factory operations, probably what we need to give them is the confidence on the shop floor and the infrastructure what is required on the shop floor. The moment those things are provided, definitely they have lots of confidence and they have everything. And today I can tell you, it is a live example. Companies like ITC, JK, TNPL, they all have at least 30 or 40 women employees working on shop floor, working in the laboratory. And TNPL, that instrumentation lady, HOD is Annapurni, is a lady. In ITC, the instrumentation head, I think Shravani or somebody, she was a lady. And she is now driving the artificial intelligence and corporate digital transformation. So I can tell you, right from Shravani or Sudha Shravani to Sunita Williams, you are all there everywhere, okay, from the earth to the space. What we were discussing here is, how do we give them confidence? How do we give them the infrastructure? How do we give them the platform? And how do we recognize them as, as equals? When a male or a female, when a boy or a girl joins in a factory for me, I look at them as chemical engineers or electronics engineer. I don't look at them as she's a girl electronics engineer, so it's like this. The job description is the same. JD is the same. You can be male or female. but you are supposed to perform that duty, right? And I have seen these instrument ladies and instrument engineers, they reel the paper, even at 10:30 there is a problem, they come from the colony and solve the problem. Kudos to them, hats off to them. Okay, so that's a power of women workforce, that's a power of commitment, that's a power of, the passion, what they have, whatever they do. Now coming back to what we were discussing on this particular point, your point is right, sir, Nathan, sir. We were just starting as a point, Suppose we have 20 papers. In 2 days, we have some 18 papers or 16 papers. Can we keep at least some, 7% to 10% of the paper should be from women presenters, They can be from the same companies, from different things. We can do that. So we can start that, And the same thing like, panel discussion like this. In fact, the last session, it's not future ready. It is that, the role of women folk is the Indian pulp and paper industry. It has become like that, right? They are all doing excellent job in their own fields. So this is how we need to give them the platform. Start recognizing them, give them the platform, give them the space, and everything is possible. And one more thing we were just sharing. It is not male or female, it is attracting the talent. As somebody was nicely mentioning, I think Century Lady, it is not, male or female, it's not men or women interface or something. HMI is human machine interface, right? The name itself given like that. So everybody is equal. Now how do we attract the talent is, you please, anybody, let us talk about, when we started our career. Where the real job description is given without any ambiguity. Where the career path is drawn and then it is projected to you and then some path is shown to you that you can grow like this. And where there is a lot of technical support and guidance and everything, nurturing is the word. People join in a company. How many times the senior team or the HOD level, I don't need to say that every director should spend hours together with them. It's not possible. At least once in a quarter we can have a very informal meeting. Wherever we work, I have very evening with ED. That's what I say. Just have a cup of tea with them and samosa with them. Here samosa, udhar to vada pongal jo bhi hai. Idhar hum samosa khate hain, chai peete hain, evening with ED. They can discuss anything other than the policy issues and financial matters. They can discuss their personal problem, official problems and things like that. So what happens to the openness, the oneness and togetherness, those things, it increases. So we need to give them the career path, we need to give them the confidence, we need to give them the platform, and we need to nurture them. Then I am 100% sure there is a big change which is happening in the Indian pulp and paper industry. There are good people who are joining. Now the point is people are joining, people are leaving within 2 years. Because they come with some dreams. Anilji was rightly saying that, how many people are ready to dirty their hands or dirty their things. That's always a challenge there. But the thing is not that everybody leaves. Some people are trying to make a career as a paper maker. Some people, I was just interacting with one of the GETs who have completed 2 years. I just asked them, you have done some little project, now can you handle some in-charge level things in converting section or something? Sir, you give me, we will do it. My aim is to become like you shortly. You have become at 55 and 58, I want to become very early, like you in this position. See, that is the aspiration levels that they have. Okay, everybody joins in a company from IIT, everybody does not become managing director or chairman. But very few people they become, they have something special in them. But at least the aspiration level or the motivation level, the interest is there to become something in the industry. That's what I see, a very positive change which is happening in the industry. And I think for all of us sitting here, sitting there, we are all running our shop floor, we are all running our businesses. We need to nurture them, we need to motivate them, we need to take them on board. And I am telling you, we will be very, very successful in Indian pulp and paper industry with the talented workforce. So we will continue to do that, sir. Young people coming in, women workforce coming in, and women participation more and more in IPPTA. We would encourage all this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something? I don't know, my voice is weak. Can you hear me, please? Dr. Ashok Kumar from Padamji Paper Products Limited. I am the director of the company. I am ready to employ girl candidates at the shop floor. All shift in charges if they are ready to come. Anil Kumar Buddhiraja is here. How many girl students you have in your institute? Please ask them to contact me. Now the problem is, sir, why are we so obsessed that they should join only production? In paper industry, you have HR, you have IT, you have finance, you have design, you have instrumentation. So not necessarily they have to come to the shop floor to run the paper machine only or recovery. There are so many departments. I tried my best in Padamji in last 10 years to employ girl candidates. Appointed 5, 4 left. They were very good. Left because they got married and they had no choice. So basically the problem is, it is the cultural issue. Once I happened to visit a mill in Iran, country like Iran, I was surprised to see at the shop floor, 90% were women operating machines in a country like Iran. So it depends how you do it. Mr. Anil Kumar was mentioning 2 candidates, they are my students. One of them was, stronger and better than any male you can think of. Why did she leave? He can tell you. So the question is, but if they come, at least they should, you invest your time and energy. So they should stay at least 5 years, 4-5 years. And I can tell you, we'll give them the salary better than they get somewhere else. So it's not a question that, but वो हिंदी में कहते हैं कोई पंगा लेना जरूरी तो नहीं है ना. शॉप फ्लोर पे मतलब शिफ्ट इंचार्ज क्यों बनाना जरूरी है? फाइनेंस में जाइए, HR में जाइए, इतनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं करने के लिए. So I think industry is ready. All these people sitting here can employ any time. And as I said, my company is open. So Anil, you can send them. They can contact me and they can contact many other people. But some commitment for at least couple of years. Otherwise, you train them and all that and then they leave. Now, one more, if you give me 2 more minutes. Mr. Goyal was asking something about the paper industry, topics for next 2-3 seminars, right? What is the problem in the industry today? Compared to 2023, why are the profits down today? Somebody talks about 20% less profit. Some company talks about 70% less profit. I first attended IPPTA in 1980, first IPPTA. The topic was raw material shortage, and 40 years later also it's a raw material shortage. Whether it is wood or agro residues or anything. At that time there was no waste paper. 70% production is from waste paper, is still shortage of raw material. Now if you read the annual report of any company financial results today, 2024, it says only 2 things. Raw material prices have gone up and paper prices have gone down. Third, cheaper imports. Keep crying about cheaper imports. They are going to remain there. So we have to improve our quality, our cost optimization, our efficiencies, our scale of production. Of course, there is a problem with raw material with the scale of production. So sir, nobody is going to come to our rescue. It will remain like this. So for next 2-3 topics, artificial intelligence is very good. It will enable. We should focus on cost optimization, productivity, quality consistency, and one more thing. So my appeal to paper industry. Let us not make wrong claims many times. Today, I tell you about barrier papers. Some of us are claiming we make PFAS barrier papers for OGR. From this gathering, the suppliers of OGR chemicals, nobody has PFAS. So please don't do that. Let's have right certification, be responsible, and only then make right claims from good certified agencies. Because the reason I tell you why, when we go and talk to some people, I bought certain things, even not only medicines, in craft paper. I came back, gave it to my laboratory, burst factor of 10. So, we have to have the products, the quality in such a way, so that you get respectability. Otherwise, people will say, common man will say, plastic is better than paper. So, Goyal Saab, I think next seminars we should focus on cost, raw material. Now, you see, read the Paper Mart or any other journal, everybody says, we are planting more than I am consuming. If that is the case, where is the problem of shortage of raw material? It means some people are not doing it. So we have to be very responsible. Otherwise, because of this raw material and paper prices will be dictated by somebody else. Cheaper imports will remain there, sir. They are going to remain there because we are living in the global world today. So overall, I think the industry has done very well. Today, the quality of paper, writing, printing paper, we are second to none in the world actually. Copier paper, writing, printing paper and all that. Specialty, we are still lagging behind actually. If you compare to European papers and all that, but I think industry is spending money. So I think we are still doing well, we'll continue, but let's focus on cost optimization, quality, and more consistency in quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Shokji. Yes.
Not sure if I understood. Not sure if I understood, Doctor, the last point. Just want to clarify. It's not a topic which, of course, there should be no wrong claims, but there is PFAS-free chemicals. There are there. No, fluoro should not be there, but I understood. So, I just want to make a comment that there are PFAS-free chemicals, that's all. Maybe I understood you wrongly, but there are chemicals which are fluoro-free and are very much prevalent in the industry. But fluoro is not PFAS-free. Oh,
I request. I request we can take this offline. Yes, thank you. We need to, I'm sorry, we'll close this question and suggestions session.
Okay, no problem.
We'll need to move on with our program now. Chirag, any words to share?
Good afternoon, everyone. Just as a concluding remarks, I would like to thank the IPPTA panel for this wonderful event, and I hope all of you had a great learning time. Priya ma'am rightly said that change is inevitable and innovation is no longer an option, and so is AI. There's a Persian proverb that says when a tree grows, it grows silently, and when it falls, it makes all the noise. So let's all grow silently and hope not to fall by making effective use of whatever we have learned in the last 2 days. It was all a good time and they were all good sessions. Everybody gave very good knowledgeable content, especially BTG, bleaching, paper machines. They were all remarkable speeches. Thank you, and I hope everybody had a good time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chirag. Yes.
सर वो मैंने कह दिया था गोयल सर के लिए कि नहीं मेरे लिए नहीं सर. Thank you.
I'll request our Secretary General, Mr. Goel, to read out the report.
Before I read a report, कोई मेरे को एक जवाब दीजिएगा लंच पीरियड में, अभी नहीं. कि भाई every house kitchen has a woman, but why every hotel has a male chef? मेरे को हंसने की बात नहीं समझ में आई. Hotel industry needs to answer this, right? Okay, great. So I have a pleasure in presenting our activities report for the last year. I'll only pick up very salient points. We had 3 conferences, Calcutta, Coimbatore, and Aurangabad, and with your blessing and support, all of them 3 were a roaring success. We have been bringing out 1 journal in each conference. In our constitution, it was there that we'll bring out 4th journal in every year, but in the recent executive committee meeting, it has been agreed upon or proposed that we shall bring out only 3 journals per year coinciding with the conference. IPPTA website, we have been trying to upload more and more information, and our last year hit was 4,32,000. I'd request you, please visit our website for latest news on the industry. We upload it, and a team is working to bring all the technical papers published elsewhere, subject-wise. We hope another 3 months that site, if you want to talk about bleaching, pulping, cooking or paper machine, there should be hundreds of articles to read. But to let you know, on our website, all paper presented on IPPTA platform since 1964, they are available in PDF format. Our social media, we have become active both on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, and last year hit was 1,80,000. So that's how IPPTA is spreading its wing. Our membership is growing. Our thrust is on a life member, and our thrust is on life corporate membership. And I'm very happy to report to you that we are getting high positive response on both the front. Coming on the finance, there are huge balance sheet made. Only 1 point I want to communicate. With the thanks to our sponsor. Thank you, sponsors. With all your supports, your balance sheet is on a positive side. All expenses of IPPTA on yearly basis, including conference, are being met happily with the contribution from the sponsors, and whatever on our earning, we are earning fixed deposit plus something is going forward. So our bank balance is turning out to be healthy. We have a pleasure at this moment to announce the incoming committee. There are some members who are retiring as on today, 31st March. They are Mr. Anupam Sharma from ITC, Mr. Ashish Gupta from Imami, Mr. Akhilesh Mathur from BTG, Mr. A. Staneja from Alliance, Mr. Anuj Tayal from West Coast, Priya from Heber, and Mr. Madhur Desharda from Parasan. We are extremely thankful to them for all their cooperation and this. Now we are bringing some new member in place of the retired member. The team is now being led by young gentleman Chirag. Then we have Mr. Rajesh Punru, the CEO of ITC. We have Mr. Mukesh Jain coming in, the Executive Director from Andhra Pradesh Paper Mill. We have Mr. Raghavind Heber, Vice President from JK, and we have Mr. Pankaj Mansingha from Godavari. Then Rajni Patel Bhai from JMC, Mr. Soman Chattopadhyay from Sri Dinesh, Mr. Vipin Raghavan from Heber, and Mr. Aditya Gupta from Narsingh Das. Apart from this, some very active member. What we are doing, we are taking some members as our special invitee for a year or two. If they find interest in IPPTA and they participate, we take them to the next level of executive committee. So 3 special invitee in name of Mr. Madhur Dasarda, the son of Shekhar, Mr. Rajesh Chabra from XChem, and Mr. Nand Kishore from Elephanson. These are the 3 permanent invitees. The next agenda is declaring the Best Paper Award. But before I do, let me introduce you. The chairman of the jury committee is Mr. Ganesh Bhatti, ably supported by 2 directors of CPPRI, Dr. Thaplial and Dr. Jain. So let Mr. Bhatti say a few words before I announce the Best Paper Award.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will not take much time. I thank Dr. Jain and Dr. Thaplial for accompanying me and assessing these papers. First of all, I appreciate the efforts done by 27 authors who have contributed. Ultimately, the 12 papers were selected, and we have selected 4 papers out of that. And really, it was a learning session for us also, because being AI as a new role for paper industry and how it is going to help us, we have also learned so many things during these sessions. And Priya asked one question, how to take this AI beyond manufacturing. I think this whole process of selection, assessment, everything can come under AI. This is what I am thinking. Anyway, all the 3, we were very close to our assessments, and there was no unbiased discussion on selection of these papers. And we have done our best, and we congratulate all the winners. Congratulations once again to IPPTA and for this successful event.
So, Mr. Bhatti, Dr. Thaplial and Dr. Jain, with your permission, can I go ahead? Please go ahead. Okay, great. So, we have, of course, the Best Paper Award, first runner and second runner. Very slightly again, I come back in life every time on an emotional platform. The awards are in cash, and this time we ask somebody, if you want to sponsor, industry does it. You know, somebody sent us couple of lakhs rupees from Singapore. We didn't ask. And he said, I am instituting this award with this interest forever for IPPTA. I said, what name shall I announce? Because it's my duty. If somebody has given a financial support, I should acknowledge it. He said, don't announce. I don't want my name to be announced. And I asked him, why? What is the reason? I could ask him. He's a friend of mine. I asked him, why should I not announce? Why do you want to keep a secret? He said, when I was a student at IPT, IPPTA gave me a scholarship. And with that scholarship, I have reached to this position. So, what the message I want to tell? There are students in colleges everywhere. Think through a small CSR effort from your company. You can go directly. There are needy students, there are bright students. Support them. IITs have an endowment fund. When there is a alumni meet, they collect millions of dollars. Here we don't have that, but at least if every industry thinks they are going to 1 or 2 support the students through some financial help, I think that we'll move to a better future. Thank you very much. So we start with very interesting combinations have come. The second runner-up award goes to 2 papers, and both come from let me not put that word. It goes to Mr. Rakesh Unyal, Development Technology, on his paper, Empowering. Please, Rakesh ji, and I'll request all the 6 और जोर से बजा, जोर से बजा भाई. The second runner-up, another second runner-up, second one goes to Mr. Shankar Das, BTG of Voith Company. So very happy situation. Voith and Velmet both share the same award. Rakesh, can you stay here for a group photograph later? The first runner-up goes to Sashashai paper, Dr. Radhakrishnan and Mr. Shiv Kumar, case study of AI-driven pulp bleaching. Please come. Hold on. Any guess for the best paper? If you say quantum means quantity, yes. Please, quantum, please come over. Hey, paper leak to nahi ho gaya tha bhai? Everybody said quantum, good. Please come. Mr. M.N. Reddy, please come over. Other team members can also come. Please come. It's a happy moment. Please share the joy. Please come over. Please share the joy. Oh. That's the spirit. Now I'll request main authors of the paper to please be seated, and we all the members who were seated will stand behind them for a group picture. Main authors, we all will stand. Main authors, please come here. You stand here. It's on, sir. It's the main. Please be seated. It's your honor. Thank you, sir. दलजीत को हाँ? आप लोग I'll now request our Joint Secretary, Dr. Daljit, to announce a small gesture, token of love from IPPTA to our sponsors, exhibitors, etc. Please come.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, I would like to invite our sponsors. The first name is Amazon Papyrus Chemicals Private Limited, Amit Paper Engineering Private Limited, and Rich Technologies Private Limited. Please come on the stage, you all. Next is Anmol Polymers Private Limited. Please give you a round of applause to everyone. Archroma India Private Limited, XChem Solutions Private Limited, Balaji Chemical Solutions Private Limited, BTG Group, a division of Voith, Buckman Laboratories, Butane Polymers OPC Private Limited, Haber, JMC Papertech Private Limited, Kimaira Chemicals India Private Limited, Crofta Engineering Private Limited, Lathia Rubber Manufacturing Company, MK Chemical Solutions, Omicron Paper Tech, Parason Machineries India Private Limited,
Please come this side.
Procylene Technologies, Sarwal Engineering Works, SG Corporation,
आजा भाई ये दे दे, ज़्यादा दूर नहीं ले जा सके।
Shalimar Wires Industries,
हेलो 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 AI आजा 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 भैया आइए वेलकम वेलकम
नहीं वाइट
आप बता देना सर।
Shalimar Wires Industries, Shri Dinesh Mills,
Thank you very much.
Tamil Nadu Newsprints and Papers Limited, Walmart Technologies Limited,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
White Paper Technology India.
Thank you, sir. Come. Thanks. Take a packed one.
And the last is Zenith Rubber Limited.
स्टॉल वालों को भी बुला लिया
अभी नहीं
हम बुला आ जाओ अमन
Now I request for persons for the table space. Adhishma Engineering Private Limited. Abhirami Engineering.
Give up.
ARB Bearings.
Yes, please. Hi. Thank you. Take a back. आ जाओ चले जाइए
XChem Solutions India Private Limited. Haber.
Welcome, sir.
Jaji Software Technologies Limited. Optiped. Parason Machineries Private Limited.
Welcome.
Vigen Solutions. Clean Flow India Private Limited. EcoSure Pulp Modeling Technologies Private Limited.
आप मेरा नहीं अनाउंस करिएगा कि सबसे पहले प्रेसिडेंट वाइस सब पहले
SBS Enviro Equa Concepts Private Limited. Vishwakasan Engineering Agency. Envirozone Instruments and Equipments Private Limited.
करना जी
Nanovata Performance Chemicals Private Limited.
Sobha cards. Sobha cards. For lifetime achievement award.
Prem Engineering. Now I request Ananya Mukherjee, who presented a very beautiful Saraswati Vandana during the inaugural session. So I request Ms. Priya to take his award. Prachi, sorry. Prachi.
I'd like to make a small acceptance speech.
Okay. Ms. Prachi, want to say something to you, please?
चलो आ जाओ
Thank you. I'm actually collecting the award on behalf of Ananya Mukherjee. She is a 16-year-old student, 5th year classical music. She is the one who was there as part of the inaugural session when the lamp was lighted, and she invoked the blessings of Goddess Saraswati on this beautiful 2-day event of IPPTA. So I'm accepting this on her behalf because she has her exam today and she couldn't be here. Thank you so much, everyone.
I request Shubham Gupta from Shobha Cards to receive the award.
Thank you.
Now I request President Sir and Vice President Sir to present the award to our jury members. So I request Ganesh Bhatti Sir to please receive the token of gratitude.
इसको हैंग कर दीजिए.
I request Dr. BP Thapliyal Sir to please come forward.
Hello, back.
Dr. R.K. Jain Sir, please. Sir, 1 minute. Sir. I request our program chairman Chirag Satia ji to please receive the award. Sir. Pawan Khaitan को कौन देंगे? इनको कौन देंगे?
इसको इस गैप पे चले आजा कर.
इनको
पवन खतान को एंटायर हाउस बाकी पहले वो लास्ट में करना और सब इनका और मेरा छोड़ के बाकी सबको किसके लिए है.
Now I request our Vice President Sir SVR Krishnan ji to please receive the memento. I request any person from the hotel management to receive the award for arranging such beautiful arrangements over here. So now I would like to request our team members, Mr. Vikas Gupta, to please come on the stage. They have done a lot of efforts to make this program successful. I request Nirdesh Maurya to please come on the stage. I request M.R. Gupta ji to please come on the stage.
Okay, Shelly, come. Shelly. Dr. Daljit, please. Hi. Dr. Daljit. और निर्देश क्या बाहर है क्या? अच्छा, hi. चिराग जी को दे दिया. Now, oh, सुनो, प्रेसिडेंट हाँ, शैली प्रेसिडेंट का किधर? शैली
का ये तरह वार्ड है.
शैली प्रेसिडेंट का
अब दलजीत मैम का पहले. नहीं दलजीत मैम का नहीं हुआ.
ओके, मैंने दिला दिया.
नहीं मुझे तो मैम का नहीं हुआ.
ओके सो नहीं आइए हमारे डॉक्टर दलजीत प्लीज The चलो and with a round of applause for Pavanji.
Now to a person who has taken so much pains to make this event so beautiful, so engaging and intellectual, I request our Goyal sir to please receive the memento. Thank you so much, sir, for this honor.
Take the picture from here. Please be seated. Just take a picture. All of you, please come forward. Please come forward. Leave this to us.
Yes, look here. Smile. Wait. Sir, 1, 2, 3 पे वोटिंग कर सकते हो? वोटिंग 1